Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Everyone always keep falling in love again. The fuck's wrong with them? I don't understand. Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done. I'm a drink at this place. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? If I had an option to be someone else, I would, and let go of you. I know that I'm obvious, fuck it, I'm made this way. But why didn't I stay when I had the chance? Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done in my drink at this pace. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? The only one that's left in the rain. The only one that's left in the rain. Am I the only one? 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 Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? Doesn't matter where we go and destination unknown. I don't care where the motor stops, cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. Look around, where's the people at? I want a taste of the good life. Hit me with it right now, I'm in it. Cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. Say, yeah, Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. It's 2 a.m. when we close the bar, but we're in the get-go. Next place, give me some more. I could dance with you beneath the stars, cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want you. Everything stops when you move like that, and I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, cause right now I'm in it. I feel kinda dizzy when I'm staring at you. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know stops when you move like that, yeah. Everything stops when you move like that. And I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, 'cause right now I'm in it. Yeah, I'm fucking in it. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Yeah. Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. I said it's Cincinnati, baby, it's Cincinnati, baby.
Take everything we got, give it an honest shot. Turning it on and off, we've been sliding. Riding the highest dream, keeping the fire real. I call for you. Hold your gun, cut the wire. Aim for fun, with a light to fire. I've been flying up the ceiling, taken by this feeling. Maybe we're invisible at last. Fueling every engine. and maybe we're invincible. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. I'll be flying to make you believe. With my heart on hyperdrive, we do what we want, but when I'm free, with our hearts on hyperdrive.
Hello, chatto! It's Tuesdat, and coming up today on Building a Nation with MTK, we still have 3 teams left in Europe, and that gives us the ultimate opportunity to potentially repeat the feat of last year and have 3 teams in European finals, but maybe we could go one step further. In other news, we hope to rep-roll many teams, continuing with Liverpool today. The youth intake was shit. We'll maybe do a tactics incubator if it all goes wrong. All that and more coming up today on Building a Nation with MTK. We're dancing! And Abon didn't fuck up the intro with his sabotage. We're taking it. Gideon's around. He's gone again. He's fucking gone again. He was down there. And now he's... Man's disasperated. I'll be honest, right? Something Leaf said while I was getting ready to start the intro nearly threw me. But only because I misread what she said, right? This is what I thought Leaf said. When Leaf said... Where is it? Fuck, where is it? I'd throw the nan like a frisbee. I thought you said, I'd throw my nan like a frisbee. And it just completely fucked me up. Also, nan is the correct answer. There's no way that you're throwing a baguette as far as you're throwing a naan. Especially if the naan is somewhat stale, right? For me, anyway. We just turn that down a little bit. That's my play on it, anyway. And Abon, thank you very much for the 29 months and your failed sabotage. How dare you? Boomernan. Right, so the reason the nose is particularly shiny today, because thank you for noticing, I noticed it as well. Basically, as part of my skincare and moisturizing routine, Pogger's got this new blemish stuff that I added into it, and turns out, makes your skin, it's really smooth, but it is really shiny as well, so bro's gonna have to powder his own face soon. It's a strange one. The only reason it looks a bit darker as well is this hoodie is making everything look darker. It's just... because it's a very dark hoodie. And it's also quite overcast outside. So that's why the lighting looks slightly different. Basically. Laser-proof. Yes! I'd shine it all back. Sniper's nightmare, mate. I don't know. I would be crapper. I used to do like discus and shot put at school, mostly because I couldn't do anything else athletic. Wonder Boy! Thank you very much for the 2 months, my friend. That's very kind of you. Hope you're having a lovely day. Start. That is a team in Norway. Hang on. I'll hit you back with one. Braun. Your turn. I'm good, Ladin. How are you, man? Bro has a skincare routine. Yes, I'm sorry, but if you're over the age of... Honestly, if you're over the age of being alive and a male, you should have a skin routine. I don't even... I'm not ashamed of it. Don't make me get my moisturization equipment out. I think it's a really good idea, literally, right? You play golf too? I did, yes. Like, genuinely, though, like... Flakes. Oh, dear. Am I getting dandruff? Is that what it is? I do actually suffer. Well, less so now. I've got special shampoo to stop with that. But, like, I think it's important to look after your skin, right? Particularly if you go outside a decent amount, which I do. I realize that doesn't always apply to all of us. But, I don't know. I just think it's important to look after your skin. It's just, and it's really simple. It takes, like, 2 minutes. Like, it's just some CeraVe stuff. Mulder, good shout, yeah? Ulkisa, very good shout. I love that we're just naming Norwegian teams. U-Shape so far, I'm afraid you have lost the game. That is a Swedish team. Örebro are Swedish. I was like Pog the other day when she refused to get out of bed to get a drink, and she was just like, I don't want to go into the outside. And to her, the outside was outside of the bed. Go to Silverstone. Nice. Is it the British Grand Prix this weekend? Tromsø? Yep, that still counts. You've fucked it. You've broken the streak. And that, my friends, is how we handle... I don't even know what that was about. But we've handled it in a way. It has been done. Lynn, yes. Also Ladlin, maybe, even. You never know. Oh, Radio 1. Wait, what? I'm going to need some context to that. Because that could mean anything. Like, that could be an insult, that could be a compliment, that could be... I just couldn't possibly tell you. For all I know, you're comparing me to Chris Moyles, and I'm going to be horribly offended. Exfoliate. Yes. Yeah, exfoliate. Well, to be fair, one of the things I have isn't actually a moisturizer. It's an exfoliation scrub. So there's that as well. Borrow till I die. Thank you very much for the gifted sub to Colotol. That's very kind of my friend. Volarenga till I die. Is that the national song? No, the non-baguette debate. It is a bit Radio 1, actually. Yes. I hadn't thought about that. SVG had a bloody great time. Yeah. I was super happy for him, honestly. It was just super cool to see that happen, frankly. It does show that actually street circuits are a genuine skill. And that would explain why. Because I think, oh, it's just a road course. It's not. There's a very different skill set involved with it. And SVG has that in abundance. I would love to see him race full time. Just to see how he get on across the other disciplines. It'd be fascinating to see. But I was so happy for it. Plus, in the pre-race broadcast, bro was talking about foot fetishes on TV. So good for him. I like that for him. Manson Muntari, thank you very much for the follow. Road course and street circuit. I think the main difference really is the lack of runoff. In a street circuit, walls. It's just wall to wall. There's really no curb. There's no runoff at all. You make a mistake, you're in the wall. And I think that's why there's a different skill set involved with it. And there's a lot of street circuit tracks in V8 supercars. I think what also helped is that V8 supercars is probably the closest thing you could have from another series to a NASCAR stock car, generally speaking. High horsepower shitbox, even better. I'd be very curious to see how we do at like a short track, somewhere like Bristol. It'd be certainly interesting. Does he want to leave supercars? Interesting. I mean, I don't know where he'd go. I mean, obviously, the obvious thing would be where he is, but the funding would be. I like F1, yeah. Like, there's other motorsports I prefer, but I do like F1, yeah. I've been enjoying the race through second through every other position this year. No offers for my players this year. Oh, nice. Did it actually work? That's sick. Will him match rage and lose. Every now and then, hey, a blind squirrel occasionally strikes 12 twice a day. Like Kyle Larson's sweet Mo. This is why I want to see him do it, really. He meant to be going to NASCAR permanent next year. If he is, I have no idea who he goes. I don't know where he goes next year. Other sports, not really. Oh, ice hockey. Yeah, I watch hockey when I can, but obviously the time differences are fucky. I just don't know where he'd go. Because the thing is, the car he was in on Sunday was Project 91, which is Trackhouse's like. They have a third car that they sometimes run, but only for like VIP entries, like SVG. Kimi Räikkönen's run the car a couple of times as well for them. But they didn't have funding really for a third seat. And to be fair, they were literally just using random people from their shop to run the team for him. His pit crew weren't even like normal pit crew people. It was just random guys from the Trackhouse team. And they did a fucking spectacular job, honestly. Oh, the reputation. It could be, yeah. Let me just get off of this. Intro is over track limits. To be fair, who didn't get a 5-second penalty during that race? Yeah, it's like a special guest car, precisely, yeah. Which is a cool idea, honestly. Like, Kimi has done a couple of races in it, and to be fair, he was nowhere near as good as SVG was. Albeit, slightly different scenarios, and he did get booted in one of them, in fairness. But I just don't know where he'd go in the Cup Series at this point. Because he is and he'd have to bring a lot of funding to make that work as well. It is very expensive. And as far as I can tell, he wasn't even being funded by his own sponsors for the Chicago Street Race. Because he had Advent Health on his car, which is usually Ross Chastain's sponsor. But yeah, I don't know who is his main sponsor in Supercars. I'm curious. I haven't watched Supercars in a little while. Custom Stadium. So the image, as far as I know, it doesn't have to be a certain size, but you want to try and keep it to these sort of dimensions, I guess. Oh, Red Bull. That's interesting. I thought it might have been a conflict, perhaps. Because basically, I know that some of the supercar guys have Shell as a main sponsor, and I wasn't sure if Shell would be allowed to, because they have a massive agreement with Joey Logano in NASCAR. But Red Bull haven't got any NASCAR teams anymore. Not since the days of, like, I think Ambrose might have been in a Red Bull car, if I remember correctly. Stadium image. I can't remember exactly. I think Millie actually came up with the prompt for this. Yeah, Molina is doing a bloody fantastic job out on London this year. Getting national team caps. He's killing it. We're closing on the 1,000th game. Very close, yeah. Did Perez not get a penalty at all in the end for that? That's mad. Marcus Ambrose, yeah. McLaughlin. Interesting. But McLaughlin was in IndyCar, though. Oh, sorry, is in IndyCar now, isn't he? Sonoda and Russell are the only ones to not leave the track. Well, fair play. Good old Yuki. Always playing by the rules. Swearing a lot as well. So, no, basically SVG doesn't qualify for the playoffs because I was actually thinking about this exact question on my run this morning because I figured someone would ask this. So, basically, no. So, basically, you have to attempt every race. However, that's kind of lax because a lot of drivers have missed races this year with injuries and whatnot, and NASCAR will like grant them a playoff waiver. That's not the issue. The biggest issue is that in order to actually be eligible for the playoffs, you have to be 30th in points or higher, and he simply wouldn't be able to get enough points for the rest of the season because he won't have any drives to actually make top 30 in points. It's basically to prevent like a shitbox team from accidentally getting into the playoffs. They brought it in a few years ago. Someone won a race because it was really foggy. So, Solskjaer, I think didn't he just retire in this database? So no, he's not eligible. Which is also, if he was eligible, he'd have to find enough funding to run like 12 races, which is quite expensive. Am I spelling Solskjaer wrong? I don't think I am I? I just don't think he's eligible. The dedication factor. Ooh, is that on game status? AAA. It's interesting because AAA actually used to be a team in the British Touring Car Championship back in the day with Derek Warwick as part of... Isn't Derek Warwick involved in that AAA racing as well? Or am I thinking of something else? But yeah, this is my life and I'll do what I want. I don't think I've ever seen that one. Basically, it was their way of trying to generate fake excitement. It's because Murica, basically. That's really what... It's the same reason they have stage racing. That's what Sassy Matt would say. It does a bit, doesn't it? It is also to prevent the random road course ringers. So it's like, yeah, 22. That's insane, isn't it? That's actually outrageous. I don't think I've ever seen that one before. I don't even think it said that with Treaty. They might have changed it, to be fair. So, well, yeah, but bear in mind, we have autosave on, so it saves after every match. And obviously, there's going to be some other saves in there as well. But yeah, it's that's the benefit of the autosave. Not that it matters. It's not like I can go back. We've only got like three save points because we used a 3... Was it 22 days? Yeah, 22 days, 3 hours and 14 minutes. And bear in mind, this is not from me leaving it overnight because I don't do that with this save. This is all from actual playing time. Building a clown card. Basically, yes. So NASCAR has a charter system. Portilshrew, thank you very much for the 8 months, my friend. How's it going?
Good morning, Matto and Chatto.
How many years is that?
Everyone is having a good Tuesday sick Matt Jam.
I am. So far, I am. Leaf, how many hours is that? But basically, so there's like 32 charter teams, which are like licenses to compete. And then there's like open entries. But open entries have to qualify for the races. And if there's more like open entries than there are slots on the grid, then they don't qualify. You only really see that for the big races like the Crown Jewel events like Daytona and mostly Daytona, honestly. Real AMC, thank you so much for the Prime. That's very, very kind of you, friend. Hope you're having a lovely morning. British Truck. Oh, so it's the same team. So it actually is Derek Warwick involved. That's kind of sick. Because I know that one of the guys that runs like competition stuff or safety for V8 Supercars, I believe is a guy called Craig Baird, is he not? And I believe he used to drive for Ford in the 1998 touring car season. Oh, Mount. I don't really know, honestly. It's weird us talking about football, honestly. Yeah. No, I remember from the old DVD. Yeah, he is Kiwi as well, isn't he? You're working out just silly. I wonder how many of them there are. 79 days. Oh my god. That's outrageous. Paul Radisic as well. Or as Pog used to call him, Paul Radish. Pog used to quite like Paul Radisic. Oh. Is there a bigger difference between the world champion F1 stereotype and me person and Nigel Mansell? All I know is I can't think of Nigel Mansell now and not think of that latest episode of the Grand Tour with the wax melting version of Nigel Mansell. Yeah, exactly. Think of what I really want to know is what Smory's save file says, what his Barry Island save file says, where he's got like 100 seasons and has been playing it for like 6 years. I'd be genuinely curious to know what his one says. There must be a cap point where it just reaches it and it goes, you know what? There's no more here. Just pretty much, yeah. That's not a dumb question at all. I'd say it is Saz23, and the link that Johnny's just put in chat for you there is a link to a video and also the download folder for the skin, various versions of it as well that might suit your different scenarios, whether you're on a laptop and vice versa or not. I love that Saz has done that, by the way. Just everything is done. Also, I put a video out this morning. Look at me go, chat. Crazy times. Oh, 2 years. That's outrageous. Is Megal back in there? You'd love to see it. Just go outside for once. It's just as what is grass. So, slight issue, of course, is that Yamin is once again unavailable for this game as he's got a slight injury. Kenny also unavailable, so Durin's going to have to play out wide. Europe's going well. We're 2-0 up from the first leg against Liverpool, which is good. Some of the new... Right, okay. So, weirdly, I can't remember what save file it was. I think it was on this save file. I found a player who was clearly a Z-Gen, but had one of the weirdest face pack pictures I've ever seen. I can't remember who it was, but he was wearing like a grey t-shirt, and you could see almost his entire torso. And he was almost like from the side profile as well. And he looked a little bit like... You know the movie Road Trip? The really skinny dude? He looked a bit like him, but in a grey t-shirt. And it was definitely a Z-Gen. Really, really strange. Mexican left winger. Yeah, I know. How did they get him? What should be spat? Nope, there he is. Yeah, how did they get a Mexican player before we did? This is not allowed. I've specifically requested it. Right, this could all go horribly wrong for us here, honestly. But we are 2-0 up from the away leg. We don't need to overdo it here, but we are at home, so I figured the last thing we want to do is sit back too much. But if we... hang on.
Oh,
Let me just pick,
my car.
without restriction, unpick positions. Might as well get an extra player on the bench. And it's Joseph Bayer. Good for him, I suppose. Oh dear, this is a tough one to say. Tlalexil. I'm sure I've said that really wrong. It's probably just Alex, isn't it? It's just Alex. I've misread that. I've been duped. Thank you for the follow, Alex. That's very kind of you, sir. Or madam. Okay, right. Let's actually play a game, shall we? Look at us go. Playing a game on this stream. As I live and breathe. With shadow on the face. Italian American. Are they also doing that in the picture? Because that would be extremely awesome. During he's still technically been on the loan list ever since he come back, but I suspect that did I trigger? Oh, I'm so sorry. I definitely haven't ever done that on purpose once or twice in the past. Sorgos as well as injured. Yeah, we got several injuries after the last Liverpool game, and it's a pain. Hopefully, though, the fact that we're 2 goals up should be enough to get us through, but you just can never tell with FM. It's just a question of get through this game, and then hopefully it'll be okay. Some interesting draws, actually. Atletico knocked out Manchester United. So Atleti are in the quarterfinals, which I wouldn't mind drawing them. Injuries are a pain. I know, crazy times, isn't it? Like, being 2-0 up, we're in a good spot. We just need to not fuck this up and not get rep-rolled by the game. Because Liverpool's one of the few teams that can still sort of do that to us. During with the cross. And Montiel save. Okay, cool. Hey, Tommy. I'll be a lot better if we just get through this game against Liverpool. We've got a 2-goal... I mean, part of me would even be tempted to maybe even move to the Fortress at some point. Just to try and hit them on the break. But for now, we're doing okay. Just keep it tight. No silly bollocks. Patricia's struggling a little bit. Fingers already on the button just in case. But we're controlling the possession. We're committing a lot of fouls, which I'm worried is going to concede a penalty at some point. Yeah, I saw the Spurs were in for something. They've been in for him for a while. Bear in mind, people are acting as if like he's a Fulham player. He's not. It's a free transfer. He was never a Fulham player. He was only ever on loan. And honestly, I don't know how I feel about it. I'm not super arsed. I feel like he has some attitude issues. Basically, he did well for a little bit, but then the moment his form drops and he got dropped off, he just seemed to lose all of his focus. And then was just kind of like, I'm clearly moving to a bigger club in the summer anyway. Screw you guys. And I'm not really arsed about that. I'm a bit more concerned about losing Willian, honestly. It looks like he really did show his true colours the moment that he got a whiff that someone else was interested. He just kind of down tools and attitude was gone. So what I would say is I'm a little bit concerned that we haven't been linked with anyone particularly at all at that point. Should be happy. He's not going to start for Spurs. He's an interesting impact sub, but the problem being is I don't think he's got the right attitude. So, yeah, good luck to Spurs rather than good luck to him at Spurs. It's more of the other way around. So I immediately thought of it. Yeah, Willian, I'd like to stay, but the thing is, Willian wants a 2-year deal. And I don't think that offering a 35-year-old winger, especially, a 2-year contract at this stage is ideal. Besides, we already offered him a 1+1 as well. And it looks like he feels like he can get more, but, like, I don't know. Just seems like a strange one from him. Particularly as, like, he had no path really at all until he came to Fulham, and now he's like, oh, I'll rinse them. Not interested, mate. But we do need to replace them. Like, that's one thing I will say. We have to do something there. Will he back out? I mean, honestly, he probably would have been one of Chelsea's... But I heard that he's linked with Palace, which seems like a good move, but I just think it's a weird decision from them as well. I think they'd be falling into the same trap that we're trying to avoid, honestly. Right, I'm going to move Durin up front. Get Bobby off and bring on Big Manovic out wide, because I think that was hurting us a little bit. Maybe half an hour of Yamin just to strengthen us. The defense is not looking ideal either. We've got Romero. Oh, Sokos isn't injured. My bad. Yeah, this would be actually really nice. A nice nothing game. But don't say no. It's not a nothing game yet until the game is over. And the game is not yet over. That's the concern. There's every chance that this could still go wrong. There's still 20 minutes. If they grab 2 goals... Yeah, 1+1 is a really good deal for him. But he was also on quite a lot of money, I think. Or certainly wanted a lot of money. And I think we're just not... I've heard that we're interested in Hudson-Odoi, which I'm a little bit unsure of how I feel about that. Sam Ingram nearly puts us in front again. I'd have thought that Saudi would have been a good move for him, yeah. Well, yeah, it depends. Is it a 1 for him or is it a 1 for the club? That's maybe it. As Montiel, good lord, we're looking like we're more like to be. Fulham have been linked with Fred heavily. We've also been linked with Wimmer, who I'm a little bit more excited by, but it's very kind of vague links with Wimmer or Vimmer. So I don't know how I feel about that in terms of how likely that is to be. I've seen us link with Hudson-Odoi really recently over the last like 24 hours. They were talking about it on the podcast this morning. But I don't know. He's on a lot of money at Chelsea as well, isn't he? So I don't know if he'd be taking a wage drop to come to Fulham, but we're not going to pay him 120 grand a week. So it's a bit concerning that we're like Kevin Vimmer. Yeah, I think he's at Wolfsburg. I believe he's like a quite creative winger. Because the thing that what Silva really likes in his teams is he really likes wingers that kind of act a bit like like wide number 10s. So more like advanced playmaker kind of guys out wide. And I think that's his type of player. And that's why I think he liked Willian so much, because he's so good in that role. And Harry Wilson as well does a similar kind of thing for us. Do we ever want a showdown? Go on, Blas. Go on, Blas. Get the dub. Oh, he's done it. Puts Blas through the middle. And I tell you what, Blas has done what Bobby couldn't today. It's MTK 3, Liverpool 0. He's pulling his socks up because he knows what Buffon... Oh, still. This was a really nice pass. Who was this with the ball? Oh, it's Velasquez. He's been the best player on the pitch for us, to be fair. Jurin showing real strength there to push off Ferreira and go past the other one and just pop that home. Very injury prone. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's just a risk for us. He's still only 22, which is remarkable. But we've had a bit of a history with taking players from that lot down the road and not working out so well. Mostly loans, admittedly. But like a tracker, we genuinely do. We like creative players out wide. Like, I feel like Harry Wilson could easily operate as a number 10 as well, but he's got that extra pace that means he doesn't have to. I would really make sure that we don't... Please don't throw this away and draw. Any extra coefficient points at this point is so damn key for us. Also, if you're wondering about the Europa League and all that, those draws have not happened yet. What the hell's... Hang on, has he just been elbowed in the head? Holy shit, chat. David O'Neill has just elbowed Blas Durin in the head. Unless he has a fractured skull. It's funny until he has a fractured skull. He's got up, though. He's holding his head. The physio's on, and O'Neill's just... That's so rare. You so rarely ever... Oh, he's down again. He's holding his face. And now he's going to take the free kick, just to really stick it to him. Go on, Blas. Bang it in. Yeah, to be fair, you'd be amazed. I mean, I think it was only twice during that red card video I did that only 2 of the 50 red cards were actually elbows. Liverpool under 21s. Really? That would explain why we're winning, I suppose. RLC type of injury. Yeah, the problem is that Loftus-Cheek was trash for us as well. He was genuinely awful for us. But I suppose the problem with these, those were loans. I feel like on a loan, the thing with Loftus-Cheek is it was clear that he was just like, here, I'll do a year at Fulham, then I'll come back to Chelsea and whatever, right? But with someone like, if Hudson-Odoi moved permanently, he wouldn't have that safety net. He'd actually have to perform. And we are through, and we've won. We'll definitely take that. Yeah, I suppose that O'Neill must have been like a youngster that they've thrown in, and I'm sure he's definitely endeared himself to the Liverpool massive there. That was a really strong performance, actually. Like, even with that tactical setup, we just dominated them. I don't recall them even having a chance in that game. Great from Blas as well. He's been fantastic this season, genuinely. He's the top scorer in the Champions League. I can't even, like, complain. He's just been excellent. He's actually sort of starting to keep Bobby out of the team a little bit now. Set up before... Oh, can you name the French national player that was red carded and sent off before kickoff in a Europa League match in 2017? I genuinely can't. Is it someone for like Marseille or Lyon? I hope that the injury to yeah, I hope that the injury to Evra. Oh, it was Marseille. For some reason, it felt like that's such a Marseille thing to happen. I don't know why. Yeah, we didn't get rep rolled. If anything, we rep rolled them in the first leg. I wonder if we're finally above it now. We can actually just start winning games. The game maybe finally considers us their equal. So Darla's going to be out next game, which is concerning, but it's fine because Monty will just play right back, I guess. The question is who we play, of course. Yeah, Poacher definitely wasn't working with Blaz, but we know it works with Bobby because Bobby's been banging 40 goals a season as a Poacher for the last few years. But Blaz clearly is more of an advanced forward. Also, I was looking at Blaz's like actual goal return. So look at how much he's overperformed his XG. But it's not just that. It's also like his goals per 90 is so much higher. He shoots on target more. His shots on target percentage is higher. Team goals per 90 minutes is actually slightly higher as well. His assists is even slightly... He's got 10 assists too. Like, he creates stuff as well. I don't know what he's... Yeah, he just looks like a good player. We should certainly be challenging for the Champions League every year. Yeah, Big Manovic as well needs to have a little bit of a look at that too. So we're now there as well. There's no Conference League in that this week. That's the following week because their draws aren't till the 22nd. So we'll look at the thing in a second. Patrick Grieger. Okay. What am I doing? Wrong one, Matt. Tedesco Stadium are a team that I would literally never have heard of until a couple of FMs ago. And they seem to be quite big now. Or certainly seem to be doing stuff. Right. Okay, what I was going to look at was coefficients. So we're up to 15.6 now, which is still only 6th on the year. Which is crazy. But England are just having one of those years where they're already at 21 points. So we're going to last. It lasts as long as it lasts. We either win #1 spot or we don't. Basically. I don't think we were considered favourites. I think, weirdly, we were considered favourites last year. But not this year. I feel like we are going to drop to 3rd this year, which is still good. It's just frustrating. Right. Oh, imagine if Marseille and Chelsea... Sorry, imagine if Marseille and Dortmund went through here and not these guys. That'd be nice. Just weaken the field a little bit. The usual suspects doing quite well. But Uipesh looking like they might even qualify for Europe next year. Again, they're a weird team. They've got good players. Barca through, but not Chelsea. Chelsea out, which is a good sign. Because they're one of the... Actually, we're usually quite good against Chelsea these days. But I feel like we'll have a better chance against Dortmund than Chelsea. Just mainly because we always seem to play Dortmund. 14 players called up. That's fine. Bit of that. No problemo. Ooh, take both of these. Why not? Right. 22nd, I believe, is the draw date. I just hope that they avoid the 2 English sides. Really. That's all they need to do is avoid the English sides. And then it'll all be fine. Oh, thank you, Patrick. That's very kind of you, man. Yeah, for those of you unaware, put the Could Ireland Win the World Cup video out today. I just knew that from what I'd worked out from... Ireland was always one on the list, but from the way that the players were coming through at certain clubs, watching the Angola one, I just felt like Ireland or a team like Ireland would be perfect for this. And, well, no spoilers for the video. Oh. Right. Paris Saint-Germain. Notorious Wank, how's it going, man? That's frustrating. I mean... So it's us versus... PSG, and then we'd play Dortmund or Barca, presumably, right? Because that's just how it goes. Yeah. Which I'm okay with. That side of the draw looks proper weak. Like, Bayern are clearly head and shoulders above the rest. Milan, Arsenal, and Atletico are not there. And also, very strong point, just Arsenal, the only English side left as well. How many O'Neills appear? God, I dread to think. There is one particularly great name in that video, I must say. There's one very, very good name in that. There's just a couple. There's Mungo Passmore, but there's one particularly funny name later in the video. The problem is, though, with 2 Spanish sides in here, it's not going to be ideal for us catching them. But, right, now there should be draws for these guys, right? Yeah? No, okay. It's always later in the day. God damn it, man. And yes, you almost certainly, Patrick, got a sub from Casino Square last stream. In fact, yes, I can click on your name and I can see that it was, in fact, Casino Square. We get these moved over. Move over to our new one. Try these out for a little bit. Still got no concrete thoughts on the EBTS yet, but it's going to take me a year or so, I would say. Just the one. No, we've got 3 now. So far, we've got 3 Champions Leagues. And in total, the trophy haul for the save across Hungary is 3 Champions Leagues and a Europa League. But also, 6 Conference League final defeats. It feels like if we're going to win it this year, it's probably going to have to be to beat Bayern, yeah. So, and we've never played Bayern in a final before, I don't think. Our losses so far have been against Liverpool and PSG in the Champions League finals, that is, so far. So we're a 3 for 5, which is a good record. Batting above 500. You know, I don't know what our on-base percentage is, but we're certainly getting there. Yeah, we've lost 2 Champions League finals, haven't we? Right, now the draw should be in there. Bayern, I believe they have him still, but I believe they're losing him at the end of the season. I think he was one of those guys that's going to be released. Yeah. He's joining PSG. naturally. We did try to have a look at him, but yeah, with these guys, they're just too far above. And there's one Super Cup, true. Yes. But not for us. Right, ECL, come on. Now, unfortunately, they would have to play against Newcastle in the semis if they were to reach it, unfortunately. It's a shame that they couldn't get on the other side of the draw, so they're going to need some big boy moves. Like, I feel like they should get past Sturm Graz. They're fairly... Like, they usually do beat them in the past, if I recall, but beating Newcastle in the semi, that's going to take something. However, what I will say is if they do beat Newcastle in the semi, I think they'll be the favourites to win the whole damn thing, because I think they're better than Betis, Wolfsburg, Gumarães, and Dinamo Kiev by a comfortable margin. Also, I completely forgot to mention this. Did this happen last stream? No, this might have happened before. I feel like I just never mentioned this on stream. Where is he? Oh, yeah. I loaned LMS to Haladash because they wanted him. And I figured, you know what? Having a player like him at Haladash could be really helpful for them. It's on 2-year loan as well. So he's going to be there for a little bit. And I don't know. I thought it'd be a good one. Kuzvada are also through in the ECL. Yes. Sorry, the UEL. And they are playing Midtjylland. They've avoided Man City. And more importantly, they've avoided Manchester City's side of the draw as well. Midtjylland are actually quite good, though. Midtjylland beat Manchester City in the group stage. And ended up coming, like, 5th. So, their only defeat, in fact, was to Monaco, who won the whole damn thing. Not easy, but Midtjylland are still beatable. I genuinely feel like Midtjylland are beatable. This is not over yet. What are those games? Are they on the same days as ours now? 11th of April. Yeah. And then 11th of April. Okay, cool. Not the same day, you know, the same week as ours. Hey, Mason. That'd be decent. Hajduk Striker had one. I don't know. I did have that happen in the past once, and I don't know why. It happened on the treaty save as well, where players that had faces suddenly lost them. The Hajduk guy, we actually have been scouting him, but we're just not sure about him, because he's like... If I remember correctly, there was a reason. We discussed this last stream, actually, wasn't there? Why we weren't interested in him. Badushin. So basically, he's 5.2 million, but he also has red injury prone. And we're just very concerned that it could be a bit of an issue. It's like, is he worth 5.2 million? And I feel like we could find better players for less than 5.2 million. I think that was the conclusion we sort of came to in the end. When is the PSG game? That's ages away yet. So we can play whoever. I might put Blaz through the middle for this one, even though he's a little bit tired, with the advanced forward system, and just try him out for this one. Yeah, literally, he'll either get 20 goals or he will be out for the next goddamn forever, basically. Patrice is shit. He's a loan farm person. Yeah, he is, but 5.2 million for a pure loan farm is a problem. The rep roll was actually very solid in the second leg. Liverpool didn't have a highlight, I don't think, that we even saw. We kind of comfortably won 1-0, admittedly, but Blaz got the winning goal. We managed to get the win. And now we've got PSG. And I feel like we can still take PSG these days. Although Castillo against us isn't going to be ideal. Blaz scores. Valazi with a pen. Good to see. Uipesh get another win. That actually does bring them back into contention. Skalitza. Okay, we won't bother with that then. Durin set for goal bonus. Nice. And we're in the Europa League with that. Wait, Europa League? I guess that must have been Conference League qualifying as well. It's just that they were both tied together, essentially. Only strikers out a month. Yeah, that's the problem, yeah. We want to make sure that they've got... Like, I always sometimes find players who I know are great for the loan farm, and I just feel like if he didn't have that, I'd be all over it. I'd pay the £5 million, because I feel like he's the kind of guy that would suit really nicely at like a Molfevar or a Giamot. But I can't risk spending that money and then loaning him to someone and then have him not play. We're not running away with the league, no. I mean, part of that is just down to the whole... We're just friendly. Is Fott back yet? They've actually gone. They've just disappeared. Part of the fact that we're not running away with the league... Although, this is the thing. Our goal difference is actually insanely good this year compared to what it normally is. But we just... You know, we lose games when we rest players before Champions League matches. We're still only 5 points clear, actually. This is definitely the closest it's been for quite some time. Let me just check in on something. I'll refund your points for Solskjaer. And we did actually check that, thank God. Let me just check how the video is doing. Bugger me. Holy shit. Okay. That's a good start. That's a very good start. We take those. Holy shit. Thank you, friends. That's very kind. I was expecting it to be like it was a 3 It's a 3 out of 10, but that's only because it's up against the skin one, which came out on a Sunday morning, and it's up against the FM graphics engine one, which obviously banged. Well, banged initially. That's the interesting thing about the graphics engine one. It banged, was number 1, and now it's number 8 after 5 days, because it's just a case of, it was more of one of those videos that's really interesting for people that are already subscribed, but it's not going to get you lots of new subs, basically. But this is so far the best performing video of the, like, could X win the World Cup video by an absolutely enormous margin. Like, the others are about 600 views at this point. This is like nearly 900. That's the other thing, Hadrian. Yeah, I noticed that everyone's videos kind of banged to start with on their own channels, and then they just kind of died. But that's fine, you know. I wanted to get the stuff out. It did well to begin with, and that's fine. Yeah, that season with Uipesh was great until they just kind of properly balls it up. Yeah, we'll just move that over. Yeah, the Ireland video, yeah. Once again, shout out Flute on the thumbnail, doing mad things. I specifically requested the green kit because I thought that it would stand out more. Because I was worried that seeing Harry Kane in a white kit, you just wouldn't quite get what's actually going on from a distance. Whereas the green kit, suddenly it's like, whoa. Oh, Mura.
There's a train coming anytime
Nah, not quite.
Oh, yes, very soon.
Corey on Smoke, thank you for the follow. Hope you're well. Yeah, that's one. I've got a lovely day ahead of me, my friends, because after stream, obviously, I do a little bit of work to clean things up, depending on what sort of thing we're going at, right? But after that, Pog's coming home because she's working stupidly early today. And then we're going into town. We're going to fucking Pizza Hut. It's going to be delicious. And then we're going to the cinema. What a lovely day it is. Called Philip. It's funny you say that because there's a regen similar to that in that video. Captain Zeep for the double year. You love to see it. How's it going, Zeeps? How are you, my friend?
Fiona!
Well, we're going to see the new Jennifer Lawrence movie. Virio, thank you for the follow. Ooh. See, Barbie. No, that's next month, bro. Pizza Hut buffet. Pog does be loving the Pizza Hut salad bar. That's one of the reasons she loves it. Right, we'll get these guys to go around again. Oh, thank you, Patrick. It's because Cheesy Bites exist. Honestly. Snuff. I'll think about it, Millennium. I'll think about it. Philip. Not quite. There's a Scottish player in the Irish video. Also, Scotland continuing to provide memes in that video as well. They just cannot be stopped. It's actually outrageous how that meme just follows me around no matter where I am, whether I'm on Twitch or not. To the big boy bottle. McPhilip. That's the one. You nailed it. No, I do want to go see Oppenheimer next month. Do the double. The Barbie Oppenheimer special. Right. Your 3-point... Yeah, you're not... Your 3-point not happening. I think I liked initially. Ah, God, it's a problem with had it. Well, if it isn't, the devil himself. It's Mr. Sweet Left Tootsies. Thank you for the 37 months, Michael.
The big 3-7. We're into our 4th year of a relationship.
It's true.
Can't wait to treat you to a big juicy steak dinner with some lovely sides of macaroni cheese, onion rings and skinny fries.
You lost me briefly at macaroni cheese, then brought me back with onions, rings, and skinny fries. We do need to find a steakhouse, Mike. Because Pog... Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you this. Pog got that weekend off work, so all is a go. Most France World Cup winning squad is made of... It would. That's something I have got in the back pocket, because someone basically said, oh, you should just do one where everyone plays with their second nationality. And the reason I haven't done that is, one, that actually is quite a lot of work to set up, but also that would then basically kill any chance I have to make any more videos like this, and I do have to think about content-wise. But yeah, I would like to do a, what would France's national team be like if they didn't have any second nationalities? It was only the French dudes, like they were born in France with French parents, and the French nationalists look at things. If Le Pen was managing the national team, that'd be the video, basically. South Africa's great because they have they've got a lot of really big teams, and I think that's what really helps it. Pencil it in, you'll have to see it. Carby content. I love carbs. Carbs are my favorite food group. They're just the best. Pedrag Mitic. So this was a guy that I found at Crvena Zvezda, right? He is wanted by Paris Saint-Germain, and I think that, ignoring this for a second, I think there's something to this. Ready? I like things about him. He would never be able to play as a deep role for us. He'd have to play up here because he has zero, like, defensive capabilities at all. How far do you go? Well, what I meant by that basically is in the game having a second nationality. So we would look at all those guys would be declared for their original nationalities. It's like their second nation, so to speak. Option of promotion to the Premier League totally random. Could be a championship, could be public. So, oh, that's amazing. We will talk. because that sounds dope. And one of the next videos I'm going to do is that one where if you score a goal, you get released from your contract in the Premier League. I totally forgot I had that in the back build. That'll probably be... There's an agent video I'm going to do for next week, and then probably that one. I really want to... I've got my schedule all planned out for the month because I'm apparently a professional. Look at me go. Yeah, Petrag Mitic. I quite like this dude. The personality is a little bit sussy, yeah. Also, Saz has been very kind and has added in the media handling for us to an update to the skin for another time, potentially. So it shows up on this screen here, which would just be lovely. Actually, one thing I will say is what we like financially right now, because we've only got 32 million in transfer, and we've also got all these guys joining us, and we're actually spending 21 million. I might just hold off on him for the moment. I'll shortlist him so we get an idea if PSG do come searching. The problem with this is we just don't have the cash currently. We might need to move someone else. Oh, F25 is going to bring so much cool shit. Yeah, Sitol is I believe it's an Afrikaans name, so you'll see it in South Africa, but you'll also see it sometimes in countries like Lesotho as well, which obviously is completely engulfed by South Africa as well. But yeah, it's predominantly you'll see it in South Africa, but Southern African nations. A big sale is probably going to be necessary. I'm trying to think who it could be. It might actually be Kenny, honestly. That's kind of why we brought him in. This guy I don't mind, but I wouldn't pay 5 million for him is the issue. And Dukakis was the guy from... Yeah, just I don't know. Also, it's only 5 days till next gen, so we'll keep our eyes out for that. This guy, though, is a bit more interesting. C- Metz... I'm just not enthralled by them. Well, the hope is, XD, the plan always was 50k this year, 100k next year. That was the plan. So actually, if I stay on target, which obviously is going to be really tough, and it's just a pipe dream, really, then I can actually get it before that. Take away from the actual gameplay? No, I don't worry about that at all. I genuinely don't. Because I look at it as what are the possibilities going to be. Because I think it's going to get... Also, it's going to give them an opportunity to fix a lot of the things that we dislike about the game, because the code is going to be rebuilt from the ground up in Unity, which means that the spaghetti is going to be cooked and eaten. So there won't be that spaghetti code underneath. They get a chance to build it fresh. And I think they can do a lot with that. So I'm actually... Bear in mind as well, think of how early they've announced this. I think this shit's been going... I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of work on F25 pretty much going on in parallel at the moment. And the team's got bigger and bigger and bigger. So I'm very excited about it. Plus, you know what Miles is like? There's no way they would put that ahead of things, as you say. It's just, yeah. So I am not worried in any way about that. I think it's going to be a case of, hopefully, the graphics are now onto a much more modern level, and you're like, shit. And that will allow people that come over from things like FIFA that need that little extra graphics, maybe slightly younger audiences too, but it will still tickle the fancy of the people like us that are more hardcore players and love that shit. And Unity's great for modding. Yes, it is. That was my first thought when I saw this whole thing. First thing I said to... I can't remember. It might have been Jack or Breezy outside. I was like, think of the modding. What was I going to do? Oh, yeah, the loan farm. I think it's minus 108 at the moment. 105, my bad. So that's, I think, 151. Michael being... Look at him go. Look at him plugging me because I don't. I suspect most people in this probably are subscribed on the YouTube anyway, just because they are... Well, I think this is the thing, right? Think about it back on the days with like PES, right? You used to be able to download packs of stadiums that looked pretty similar to the real ones, right? Imagine what there could be for FM25 if people finally... Once they get their nut around Unity, there's a lot to be done there, I think. It's exciting. I think there's going to be loads of cool stuff that they'll fix. And also, I'm expecting that there's going to be a few things that maybe, are a bit lacking potentially in certain areas in that first year, but I feel like it's enough of an upgrade in many ways that, yeah. Next Gen 50. Sorry, I'm not sure what question you're asking. Rich Arlison's mom. How's it going, man? You got some? You almost certainly... You did. Did you get it from Casino Square by any chance? Why would you look at that? Yes, you did. Imagine. They're always very good at exactly providing you just enough stuff. Exactly. The final brownie. Thank you very much for the 5 months. That's very kind of you, sir. I had a delicious... No, I didn't. It was a caramel millionaire shortbread. What am I talking about? That was delicious, though, if that helps. Easy to download. Yeah, exactly. And that's the best way it can be. Right, so we do have next gen coming up in a few days, though, on the 31st. So let's see what Zag have got for us. Terrible at golf, this dude. Just can't finish. Great driving, though. I don't know about near perfect, but I feel like it's also... okay, think about it like this, right? This is the way I've been trying to like visualize and conceptualize the changes that I'm expecting. FM, in its current state, using its current engine and its current setup, essentially had a max PA of like 110, right? And its CA was 110. Basically, and has been 105 plus pretty much for the last sort of 5 or 6 years, I would say. It's reached its peak of what it could possibly achieve based on its potential, right? In that current engine. And that's why there's been that ceiling. Like, there's things that should happen, but it's not possible in the current engine. However, I feel like the Unity edition gives FM like a 180 PA, and then they're starting fresh with like a nice 100 CA. And it means that they can go past the level they were already at and have loads more room to expand into. Just to put it into sort of FM terms, that's kind of the way I'm conceptualizing the Unity changes. Explain to me in FM terms, and there you've got it. Yeah, I mean, aren't you glad that you could finally talk about that now, Mike? Yeah, I can't wait to see what it actually looks like. The untangling of the spaghetti, all those dope things, it'll be just awesome. I think as a community, it should make us really excited. And it gave me a lot of stability in my brain. Because obviously, you're always worried as a content creator, like, is this going to be the last year that I can do this? Is there going to be some change that prevents me from doing this? Is it going to be that the interest isn't there anymore because the game's waning, as we've been worried about the last year? This basically made me go, no, you know what? They're going to go out with a bang, presumably for F24. That gives me hope as a year for that. And then F25. It just made me go, hey, I've got 2.5 years at least left of doing this. And that's exciting. It gives me a bit of job security, you know? Oh, absolutely not, Mansa. And also, why would they, right? They've got to build the hype closer to the release of F24 at least. You wouldn't build get the features out this early. There's just no point for their point. Hey, Saz! Please explain it in Tony Hawk Pro Skater terms. Okay, cool. So basically, FM in its current graphics engine at the moment is kind of like doing a basic kickflip, right? And yeah, maybe if they work really hard, and they've been getting to that point with executing it absolutely flawlessly. Sometimes they can even throw in like an extra bit into it. I don't know much about skateboarding, so I'm doing my best. But now they've got the potential to be doing like 1080s on the verts, right? And that's the thing. It's not a bad job. I think I've done all right there. Considering. In terms of bread products. So... I knew this was going to... Oh, Jesus. Function better the current engine. So even... Yeah, that's the thing. You're starting at such a higher level. It takes time to make a 43. Yeah, I don't suppose they'll be doing that again somehow. Can you like not... FM can play back versions of FM? I'm not sure I understand the question. If you mean that can you play... No, on the new version of FM, on FM24, you can take FM23 saves into it. And as far as I know, in that blog post, they also reference that you'll be able to take 24 to 25 as well. Which is dope. Oh, dear. League of Switzerland, congratulations, sir. Unity experience too? Yeah. It's... I'm glad that they mentioned the whole thing about the safe portability, because it's all very... Because I think that if they hadn't mentioned the idea of 24 to 25, people might have thought that FM24 and 23 were going to be so similar that that's why it would be so easy to port it over, because there's barely going to be any changes. But I'm glad they mentioned that, because that's going to be a huge jump from 24 to 25. So if that's possible, then actually it means that they could kind of do whatever they like. Basically, just be old. Probably not, just because you've got to make most of the real game, right? From a creator standpoint, you kind of have to, but... Depends. If we're like really close to getting #1 with England, then no, as far as I know, you can't take 22. It's 23 onwards only. XL skin? That would be very interesting, actually. Obviously, you wouldn't be able to play any matches, but that would be such a sick idea, actually. It's like those I swear there was like a web browser that kind of worked a little bit like that as well. Do a Christ Air? I haven't played Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, though, those old games, I think it was Pro Skater 2 and 3, absolutely slapped. And the music on those games. I got into so many bands because of those games. Yeah, and also, the fact that it's going from FM23 to 24, I think means pretty much is the go-ahead for us to be doing Building a Nation Malta next year. Because I don't think they're going to be able to hard code something like that in if we... Oh, hello. 65 minutes. Okay, the price is coming down. That's still ridiculous. But... it's getting there. And he has made another appearance, in fairness. Mr. Progger, thank you very much for the 35 months. How's it going, friend? Hope you're well on this fine Tuesday. to Scar. Only like less than Jake. That's as far as my scariness went. I'm excellent, Marshmallow. How are you, man? Casual 6. It was only a friendly. We had a 30-0 friendly win on stream the other day, which was kind of mad. Yeah, that's the other thing. So even if somehow it goes wrong and they do somehow implement it, if FN23 saves will still work, then we should be able to... Worst case scenario, Hadrian and I have to start a save file on FN23 with all the changes and then port it. There's very little chance that we won't be able to do Building a Nation Malta next year. And Hadrian and Pablo found out how to add in like transfer deadline day stuff for other leagues. So we could turn that on for Malta as well and have a really cool thing. Because apparently that does cause more loans to happen. Scorpius, thank you very much for the follow. So chat, what I'm going to need from you now, my friends, is next gen predictions. I reckon I'm going to go Ecuador, Giamot. I reckon Molina. I think he's so good, and he's our hot prospect, and I think he's getting football. And that is a wonderful time to freeze. Don't mind me, just righting the wrongs of the world. Like, so far, I've managed to get... did I get 1 or 2 correct? I think I got 1, and I got really close to another one where the one I got wrong was where I went Belgian Hertha instead of fucking German Hertha, when it was clearly going to be German Hertha. Because I'm a moron like that, and apparently just don't value my own thoughts. Fucking hell, that's insane. Sorry, I'm just having a little check-in on the video again. I like to monitor these things as we go along, and... Oh, it's number 1. It's number 1. Okay. I'm blown away by that, my friends. It is coming at number 1. Nigerian final. Actually, you know what? That's not a bad shout. Let's go. What we got? Oh, no, it actually is one of our players as well. It's just not that one. Also, can we talk about Gvardiol here? The Jamaican Brune. Hang on, I want to know where the Jamaican dude is. Unless it's our guy. Holy shit, how many players is that we've got on this list? 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 is the max. And the 8 was, it was Atherton. Oh. Oh, Brune is the, Jean-Baptiste Brune. He's, yeah, the Man City goalkeeper. He was the first regen to make it onto the goal 50 list. That's the only reason I know who he is. But that is really exciting that he's actually considered that. So, Jan Elchik, number 1. Played for Kekschmet. He's very good, but, like, really? Also, I love that Mexico Monterrey actually is number 2. Is he the guy that I'm after? No, he's actually not. So, I now will be. Jean-Baptiste Brune. He's definitely a sweeper key for sure. Right, let's have a look at Gvardiol. And he's a centre-back. Oh, 11 jumping reach. But... he's a little bit He's a bit spicy. 17 tackling. Good on both feet. What an anchor he would be. Like, holy God, what an anchor. Oh. Bit spacey? Yeah, don't tell Kevin. Don't. He's a bit DMy, yeah. Oh, small update. So basically the biggest thing that happened so far, Mr. Brogger, is that we knocked out Liverpool. So we've got PSG in the next round. Ferencváros will face off against Sturm Graz, and Kisvada are playing against Midtjylland. But Midtjylland are quite good, so we're worried about that. Pinder is another one of our dudes, who I really like him. I think he's got really good potential. There's Molina. That was the guy that I thought was going to win it. I just figured that he was getting lots of game time at Giamot, and he was considered our hot prospect, so I just figured he had to be up there, really. Because he's better than Elchik. But I guess he's just not playing as much or whatever reason. He's also slightly younger. But I reckon he wins it next year. Of these guys, I think he's got the best chance of winning it next year, potentially. I think PSG are beatable. But, you know, we've been a while without a kind of bit of bad luck. So maybe that won't happen to us. Danny Ortiz at Villarreal. No point in not looking at him. Another dude at Villarreal. Juan Sanz. Great name. Also, what a great surname. Oscar Thingstad. Whoa. Oscar bloody Nora. I'm just a huge fan of Thingstad. I realize it's probably pronounced Tingstad, but like Thingstad. Where do you live? I live in Thing City. Another God, Villarreal have had a golden generation, haven't they? 3 dudes. Also another Norwegian dude here, Øystein Kielen, who again is ridiculous. Holy shit. Wilson Roberto. Yeah. We're not. Wait. Oh, that is Barca, yeah. Hubacek's one of ours. Nakas is one of ours. Halbrook. Carlo Halbrook. Dortmund, though, so that's problematic. Stankovic. Petrov. Oh, wait. Did I look at him? I think I might have done. Highly injury prone. Yeah, maybe not on him. BTEP is at Real Madrid. Oh, Rapid Bucuresti. Cosmin Andre. I definitely know about him. Wow, look at his defensive attributes. My God. Bro. I think the reason we have the luck... It's not really luck, Marshby. It's the database setup. The reason the database setup... It just produces these guys. Ah, Manier is on there too. Maurice. How's it going, bud? He's just getting football. Gastau is the new guy that we're signing. So he's joining us in the summer. The next generation of our DMs is looking really bright, which is exciting. Midland team. If there were any gems in there, we'd have found them already because we looked at Midland a lot. So, and they are also our affiliate side too. So we get more regular reports on them. Negoita. Wait, hang on. Hermannstad. For some reason, I did not think they were going to be Romanian. Have they got loads of German diaspora? What's the story with Hermannstad? Not a team I'm super familiar with. However, this guy's fascinating. Maybe doesn't have the high end, but... Ooh, Turkish player, but from a team I'm not usually seeing much. Kayserispor. Not super expensive either. Well, sort of. And there's obviously Devoy Atherton, who is now 5-star potential. Like, officially actual 5-star potential. I can't believe this guy came from a Jamaican side. That's amazing. Nagoita, yes, he was the Stockport guy. Oh, wait, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I think he's facing the game as well. Etienne in there too. Kouakou at Solnoki is not one of ours, but he's on loan from Lyon. Nice that they've got that. Rodrigo at Portimonense. Very expensive. Okay. Vukiewicz at Dortmund. Not bad. Trifonov. I recognize that name as well. Yeah, I think I looked at some of these guys recently. It's just high German speaking. Oh, I see. A friend of mine went to Transylvania once. Elton. Oh, a Cabo Verdean. That's kind of dope. Also, this guy here. Speaking of building Ireland a little bit, here's Kieran McCarthy at Troyes. Ooh, is that Nigeria? Speaking of, hey, so there we go. There's a Nigerian. Obviously at Juventus still, but they actually got him from Nassau. Oh, they got him from. Oh my God. Juve got this guy from Nassau United. That's disappointing. Boudieff is the insanely cheap Belgian goalkeeper we got. So to be fair, we kind of lucked out on him. Hortshare is another one of our guys, isn't he? You're another... Wow, Kayserispor have had a bloody great youth intake. Becker at Red Bull Salzburg. I'll scout him anyway. Just because reasons, right? Silva's one of ours. Or is he, actually? Yes. Wait. Yes. I lose track. Carlau is probably from Lyon as well. From Porto. Hang on. Solnoki have players on loan from Porto and Lyon. How are they managing this? They're doing some very interesting, like... They're not affiliated with either of those two sides. But yet they're taking players on loan from Lyon and Porto in the second tier. Very interesting. Kirchhoff's one of ours. Lawal is not one of ours, actually. Hevel? Brandan? Hevel? Oh, actually. Temples? Fast? Oh, so expensive. God damn. With Dutch players, they're either stupidly expensive or they're like free. I've noticed. Graf, I think I saw him already. Mother of Christ. Jesus Christ. Ooh, Peruvian. Oh, he's on loan from us. Do you know what? That shows I make some good signings sometimes because I just got excited about a guy that was already playing for us. He just hasn't actually joined us yet. What is this surname? Yuri Delati. Okay, very expensive though. Marquet at FC20. Very expensive. Oh, Heronvey. Nah, same kind of story in it. We need some guys at Den Haag. Wow. Sherdan Živojinovic at Ferencvaros. Nice to see him in there too. Galata's also very expensive here. Amir Bajramovic, same kind of story. Eric Gale at Mezcovest. And lastly was Frederick Heilman, who I'm definitely certain we looked at in the past. That's not a bad little batch of guys we got there. We also tied our record for the most number of players on it with, 14, which is also very good. And some of those guys are bound to be decent. I kind of like the next gen a lot more now, given that we're not scouting us. Oh my God, no way. How? Never Jam just got his first cap. Oh God. Oh, it's fine. There was no wage hike. I just love that this chap here, who we only signed because his name is Never Jam, gets his first cap. Beetle Beano, thank you very much for the 5 months. Hope you're having a
Sick
lovely
heart.
Tuesday morning. The next panache. In it, yeah. Some of those guys definitely will need to have a closer look at because they might not have the highest stars, but they definitely require us to take a closer look. This is the batch of play. Oh, God, who was it? Someone on the last stream. Was it? I can't remember who it was. Fuck. So that they managed to get a load more offers on their players when they offered them out for permanent transfers on May 2nd, I think it was. I think it was May 2nd. If you're in chat right now, make yourself known because I want to confirm that. I'm still going to obviously offer them out here again. Just every time this comes through, I do it. But I think it was May 2nd was the optimal time to offer them out for whatever reason. So that's for you guys on 19s. Wow. I actually expected more than that. Although, note that all the UAE guys they've got in there as well. As we found out last time, they've got shitloads of them in their team. Yuri of the Deeds. I love it. It's like Dawn of the Dead, but just Yuri of the Deeds. That was it. It was May 2nd. Okay, that's the main thing. As long as I got the date right, I'll have to remember that. Oh, Nick Jonas's passage is leaving us. Oh. Yeah, we can be a bit light on trading that way. I know you can move some stuff around with the EBTS, but that's fine. He's off to passages now. Is passages new? These training schedules, those were RDF's ones, but I'm trying out the EBTS ones now for a little while, just to sort of see how they work. Got to type the pack. True, yeah. It was leaking. No offers for room. When you got that spare room you're trying to offer out. Ah, dear. I guess, well, we don't want to transfer list him because he's going to leave anyway, presumably. Struggling on coaching courses. Nicholas Bentner's coaching course. 53-year-old Nicholas Bentner still can't quite get that final coaching course. It's kind of mad that he managed to... How did he achieve the other coaching licenses up to this point? Because I'm fairly certain we signed him with a Continental A license and he's just been struggling to get that pro license this entire time. Bless him. He's trying. He's just not trying hard enough is the problem. Oh, dear. Wow. Yeah. One last little check of the island video. I can't believe that's done that in the first hour. I'm genuinely blown away with that, friends. Thank you very much. And that's considering I'm live as well. So thank you. That's awesome. Who'd have thought that putting videos out at 11 in the morning in the UK when you go live is actually a good idea, but it clearly is. So we used mics at the very start, Big Bad Bisc, and then we moved over to RDF's because I just trust RDF's stuff and he explains everything and he's just a good dude as well. But I wanted to try out Max's ones just because we've got some extra time now and I figured it'd be worth a go. So I'm currently using evidence-based football managers ones that he's been working on for months just to try it out, right? Liverbird, thank you very much for the follow. So I'm trying out Max's ones at the moment. I'm also trying out some of the other things that he's been suggesting. So you'll notice as well that if I just show you on that custom view I made, this one here, every player that's over the age of 28, I also have on agility and balance focuses. Because for some reason, Max found that that is actually really, really effective and doesn't have any negative effects for players over the age of 28. And they'll go up by like half a point a season. So you could get like shitloads. More videos on... legitimately in photo, yes. It's got 1,800 in an hour. And a Nomad's video would probably get that by the next morning. But, yeah. But I definitely made the wrong decision. Hey, Mistra. The last comment after the attributes. I think someone else pointed this out on the VOD as well. Oh, did I really? Oh, shit, I did. And I'm glad of that because, yeah, that would be why I couldn't find it. I think it might have been Saz, actually, in a DM. Saz doesn't have it to do that. Just be like, Matt, you're an idiot. This is where you missed. And I'm glad. I'm glad of it. Not that... Oh, hang on. Was there an under-19 report on them as well that I might have missed? Let's just have a look at the under-19s just in case. Oh, no, I looked at Rosen, didn't I? What did I? Yeah, I did. Okay, cool. Phew. Thought I missed it there. Right. Anyone interesting in here... It's not the big report yet. We'll know when we get one with like 40 players in. It's the one from the next gen list. Okay. Jeff Hendrick's already joining us. I'll remove him from the shortlist. Banana still won't join us. I've been asking him for a contract for ages and he's just not having it. Grieger's down at that. As cheap as he is, I would like him to have a little bit more than that if he's going to be a loan farmer potentially for us. Sadas Hussein. You got to at that point, right? Just wait till he's ripe. He's ripe by now, surely. China just knocked out holy shit. Yeah, you get some mad shit happening in the World Cups. I mean, one thing I actually find that I don't look at enough when I do like these Ireland and Suriname videos is I don't look at what's going on a lot of the time in the other teams in the World Cup. Every now and then I'll have a little random gander and I'll see some mad shit. Right. Bjorkovic. Model citizen? Actually, I don't mind him. If he's under 600k, which he is, model citizen, good on 2 feet, he could be quite a good loan farmer, I reckon. These little under a million loan... Oh, 700 grand. I mean... Yeah, we'll do 700. That's that. For 700k, I'll take that for sure. And the Australians. We did have an Australian, but unfortunately he had to leave. That's this guy here. This is Chris Barwick. We had Barwick for... Never really played for us. In fact, I don't think he played a single minute for us. But what he did do was do really well out on loan at Kishvarda and was basically carrying them. And the only reason we had to sell him in the end was because he came back to us and refused to go back out on loan again. And he wasn't good enough for our team. But we did manage to sell him to Milan. Now, you'll note that they only paid us 2.6 million and he's now worth 189 million. Which I do find is funny because that's more than double the value of any of our players. It's just strange. But yeah, there's Chris Barwick. And we had Rick Rolls last year, obviously, our favourite Australian. There's this guy here. Romanian keeper. That first touch. Honestly, he's got a touch worse than Jimmy Savile. I don't think we can really be doing that. Arsenal million. It does certainly seem like that, but 700k is fine. Devlist to automatically select your club and nation. Yes. You can set up the requirements for the dev list in advance. So I'll show you in a sec. Let me just... Did he say youngster? I think he did, didn't he? So I should be able to hit him with a... Oh, not that. Yeah, cool. So basically, the way you do it is when you go to your dev center here, if you actually go into the dev list... Oh, it's not in there. For some reason, the development list is not in the dev center. It's in here. You set it up on the right-hand side here for a start. So I always have it set to like loan cannot be terminated, nation Hungary. I set this to minimum because that way it doesn't exclude any teams and we're not super asked about that. Any league as long as it's in Hungary here. And that's all set up. So then it will use that information. But then what you also want to do is go to staff and then to responsibilities and into transfers and offer to clubs. And what you want to do is to set these settings in here to be the same as they are in your dev center. And you also want to make sure it changes them for the for these. But then you can just use first team settings. So that kind of mirrors it all across. But that's how you do it. That's why they automatically turn down anyone that isn't in Hungary when I set players to dev list. It's weird that you have to sort of do it twice, but yeah. That's the reason. So we'll rest for Vashas. Full strength side for PSV. Home leg first is a little bit concerning, but hopefully we can put down a big enough result. Gordon Djurgården. They've not been as good as they were on last year's game. Djurgården were absolutely killing it on my Nordic Nomad save. Historically criminal. There you go. Oh, dear. I still need to find some football boots for this charity match, particularly as I've got to buy, like, AstroTurf available ones. Or, like, artificial grass boots, basically. So it's going to require... Not that I don't know where my football boots are. I haven't worn them in 5 years. They certainly wouldn't be applicable for this because I bought those specifically for a match on grass. Boom. Hasn't left... To manage Costa Rica. No! Let's just check where Mr. Neville is these days. Nah, he's still there. Rastaman Phil Neville is still knocking about. Out of interest, has Jamaica got any more absolute monsters that we don't already know about? It's hard to really tell at this point, isn't it? Tafari Messiah actually looks like quite a good player. Messiah is a great surname too. I'm surprised that he's only got 25 caps, although I'm guessing he's one of these guys that's probably declared for... he was English when he came through at Saints, but with second nationality Jamaican, and now he's declared for Jamaica. Jamaica, I think, would be a really interesting, like World Cup winning video, potentially. The least athletic thing I can wear, probably Crocs, maybe. He's not besides a very naughty boy. Don't know, I didn't see what his sportsmanship was like. So we're getting Bjorkovic. Tinian's off for a check. I have no idea. I had pink boots and everything. I was a pink boot wanker. I thought I was going to really go for it, but I'm going to have to find a way to get some. Clogs would be pretty bad as well. What about Crocs, but you've not got the back bit down, so you've just got your foot slipped into them as well, because they just come off all the time and you get your tootsies trodden on them. That's just... Nobody wants that. Right. I'm sure I'll be able to find some fairly easy. And Nick Jonas's passage has chosen Halisher. High heels. What about high-heeled Crocs? I can't think of anything more inappropriate for a sports game than high-heeled Crocs. Skis? At what point does it... here's a question, chat, right? At what point is a shoe no longer a shoe, right? What differentiates a shoe from not being a shoe? And don't say you put it on your foot, because socks go on your feet as well, right? So, the question is, where is the delineation between... Say, for example, are skis shoes? We're back to Radio 1 again. Of course, I sport exactly, but the point is you don't wear it in sports mode. Oh no, you leave the traction control on. Converge at the top of the foot. They're footwear, but socks are footwear too. Are socks shoes? Like, are these delightfully stylish Pringle socks that I'm wearing shoes? Stilts are stilts shoes. Things that plug into the skis are shoes. Interesting, but why not? Why aren't they shoes at that point? What about flippers? Indeed, are flippers shoes? Gareth, thank you for the 17 months, my friend. I love that this is a topic we're onto. I'd like to throw a ski like a frisbee. Deadly weapon, then it's no longer a shoe. But ski shoes, though, right? Okay. So, no, good point. So, are we now saying that if you have to add anything supplementary to it, then it no longer becomes a shoe? So, for example... Yeah, that makes sense. But then at that point... If I put my foot in a glove, does that make it a shoe? Now we're talking. Laces. But you get shoes without laces. See, most school shoes. Drink beer out of it. But you get some shoes that are have got holes in, like Crocs. That you couldn't drink a beer out of a Croc either, I don't think. Shoes have hard bombs. You're right, I think it might be to do with that. But, okay. What about those, like, barefoot running shoes that have got soft bottoms? That look like they're fucking strange. They're kind of, like, right on the Venn diagram. They are socks. Would that make them socks? Yeah. I guess they are. I think you're right. I think the delineation is the soft bottom, isn't it? A glove on a foot would just be a sock, yeah. Also, weird feet. The ones with individual toes. You know exactly what ones I'm talking about. Yeah, those creepy ass shoes that you see. I saw a guy wearing them a few months ago and I was just like, it just doesn't look right. I understand the reasoning. It just doesn't look right to me. Occasionally wears those shoes trainers with individual toes. What is it with... I feel like that's a very surgeon-y thing to do. I don't know why. I should probably rotate the side here, actually, before we accidentally play the first team squad while I'm thinking about socks for shoes. I'll start Mario. That'll be okay, I think. To cry for help is what it is. I mean, you're not wrong, Millennium. You're not wrong. In clothes that make onesies a clothing item with... no, see, this is the thing. But what I will say is, does that mean onesies with the bottom part? Does that mean they're socks? Does that mean... Hang on a minute. Does that mean that a onesie is a pair of socks? I think I might have... I think we're going to lose this game. Hey, Capero. You've joined at an interesting point. More tights. Yeah. A onesie is just tights for your entire body. Now we're deep dicking this. Shoes being put on your foot helps you walk around barefoot, which is not because it hurts your feet. Shoes made of different materials like that. I feel like this is just the dictionary definition of shoes, which we have no time for. Oh, thank you, Capero. That's really kind of you, man. Underwear is clothing. Well, underwear by its very definition is clothing. Yeah, also, thank you for pointing this out, Anarith, because what is Thighs Freeze up to? I swear man is actually trying to actually sabotage us. I mean, I realise this is partly my fault, given that we're discussing what we're discussing right now, but still, I think... I like the idea of the onesie being a giant set of tights, but for your entire body. Marco Silva. Yeah, it feels like Marco Silva was their real main thing for them. Getting a good manager. Although Tuchel didn't last very long, did he? Like, I was expecting... When I saw that, I was like, oh, okay, now they're building it up. Also, I have a Chapel Gwent to save, but I haven't really played it much lately because I've been so busy with work. But yeah, oh god, don't get me started on Jaffa Cake. It's clearly a cake. It's literally called a cake. I don't know why that's even a debate, honestly. Is it like for tax reasons? Oh, bullshit initial budgets and okay, 53 million. It's not bad actually, considering the financial situation isn't amazing right now. Hey, JCM. Yeah, was it actually tax reasons? Incredibly daunting. Oh god, yeah. At some point, I would like to actually. I did think about trying to bring in MLS rules to the Premier League at one point for a video. That would be chaos. Although one video I am planning on doing is introducing a draft to the Premier League, which I think would be quite fun. What we missed? So we beat Liverpool, which is awesome. We are through to the next round of the Champions League, which we're about to do right now. And most of the discussion lately has been what's the difference between socks and shoes, and is a onesie a pair of tights? Some everybody's considered a cake in Ireland. Is it really? Is it just because the sugar content is so damn high? Oh, actually, right. Good. This is one of those, again, hashtag relatable things, right? But regardless. Pog and I did the food shop yesterday after I'd edited the Ireland video. So we go up there. This is something that, this might be something that you do, might be something that your missus does, or your mister, or whatever. But this is something Pog always does. Every time we go to Tesco's to get the food shop in, she always goes over to the bread aisle and just grabs a baguette. Just not the big ones, just like the tiger loaf batten. And she'll just sit there in the car on the way home, just eating this baguette raw. No butter, no nothing. Just, obviously I still have some because I'm not a heathen. But I feel like it's just something we do every time we go to Tesco's. Chat is a fever dream. Yes, pretty much. Does she throw it? And we've come full circle. My wife doesn't do that. Well, maybe she should. Maybe you should get a new wife. Find you a wife that loves a good baguette. It's, to be fair, it is quite delicious. I'm so looking forward to Pizza Hut this evening. You have no idea, chatto. Pizza Hut in a movie is just the dream. I need a little... Ooh, Bar Rahamim. Go on, give me a good second nationality. Oh, Israel. I don't know why I looked there when it was literally on the other screen. An oversized disemboweled... Yeah, essentially, right? A onesie is just the outside of a teddy bear, but you're the stuffing. Existentialism. Don't eat unbuttered bread. I don't normally do it, but sometimes I make an exception. A barbecue this evening. Oh. I'm going to a barbecue in a couple of weeks. Vikings having a housewarming party / birthday party, even though his birthday was yesterday. So a lot of us are going down to see his new house, and that's going to be fun. Just did a spit take. Oh, what? What did I say? Don't want to be the stuffing. Oh, you do. You do. Driving home to stay. Yeah. Particularly as we often go quite late in the day. We throw a pizza like a nun for you. Oh, hell no. However, what I am going to do is get moved to a bigger table. Because, so this is what always happens. Because Pog and I obviously are famously two people. Whenever we go to Pizza Hut, they put us on one of those little tiny tables that's basically got enough room for, well, you and another person to sit opposite each other and maybe have a little plate, right? And then we order what we order. And then the guy will always come over and be like, would you like to move to a booth? And we're like, yeah, we told you this on the way in. Like, we are going to order copious food here, and you are going to look a bit silly. Although, really, it's us looking a bit silly. I'll tell you what, the evil look we got when we sat down at this giant table next to this group the last time we went to Pizza Hut. And obviously, I was a slightly more portly gentleman at the time, so I was a little bit more self-conscious about it. Now, tonight, I do not give a fuck. I'm like, you know what? Look at me. Drink me in. Eat me up, my friends. I'm going to destroy this pizza right now, and you're going to watch. That is my entire attitude tonight. Oh, dear. Hey, George, you want to be some stuffing? Oh, Jesus. You're the buffet. Yeah. No, I know. This is just in a boring industrial estate. Hey, Sarcastic Fanatic. How's it going, friend? So Halalash is still doing well with Zivkovic doing nicely there as well. Cool. Right. Oh. Plus, Pogger's got loads of vouchers from work. She has £46 of Pizza Hut vouchers. Our meal tonight is going to cost us like a tenner. It's going to be amazing. And I'm having so much. We have a sharing pizza each. And she has a deep pan sharing pizza. With stuffed crust, I think. And I have a sharing pizza with cheesy bites on it. And we get garlic bread. And we get chips. And we have dessert. Because, fuck me, it's just the best. Hey, Harv. Section membership sick. How did the Super Cup final go? Oh, we lost it. We lost the Super Cup. I deliberately threw the game to Haladash, and it worked because it took them from where they were to having continental rep. Not the team report. Shit. Thank you, Anna. You're basically my brain. I was too busy fantasizing about Pizza Hut. You're right. I miss EFK Göteborg. Oh, we nearly missed out on Connie Drugger, which is a wonderful name and doesn't sound all that Swedish, honestly. But apparently he was born in Bishop's Garden. So, in Bishop's Park. But still. You want to watch out whose bishop that was. Sharing pizza. Right, this is something I didn't understand too. And I feel like this is what you know those jokes about like how one family is a product family and another one is an ingredient family, right? I feel like that same thing applies to pizza. How some families are a sharing family and some families are a solo family, right? So, for example, when I first met Pog's, well, not probably when I first met Pog's parents, but like one of the first few times I met Pog's family, this was years ago, right? They were like, oh, we're going to order pizza. And I'm thinking, great, lovely old job. Box pizza arrives and they're like, oh, everyone grab a slice. I'm like, sorry, a slice? What are we doing here? Like, why are we not taking this seriously? A slice. Sorry, that is unallowed. You're not allowed to do that. You can't be doing that. No. Everyone orders their own pizza. You can have whatever you like on it. If you don't fancy too much, have a small pizza. It's absolutely fine. None of this sharing shit. No. If I want a margarita, large margarita, for example, say, and you think, oh, I might have some of that, order your own. Get a margarita. Or pick the fucking olives off your pizza. I don't know. The only exception I will make is when the pizza is excessively large. And I've yet to meet a pizza excessively large enough that I couldn't eat it in one sitting. Yeah. I feel a little bit like Smithy in that one scene in Gavin and Stacey when they're ordering the Indian food. But it's exactly the same principle and energy for me. Oh, Malmo. We should have some quite good players coming through here. Andreas Appleman. Oh, bloody hell. It's Andy Apple Mountain. Good shit. Don't mind a bit of him. I mean, he's not great, is he? But, like, still. Can't go wrong with Andy Apple Mountain. Oh, this and that. I don't mind. Like, Pog and I share stuff still, but it's like, I have bought this. I have ordered this because that is what I wanted. To be fair, I didn't really like pizza until I was like late into my teens, so that actually doesn't apply to me as such. But it didn't start long. A few more things. No, bear in mind. I mean, bear in mind, Pog is all in. Like, this is why Pog is the best human being alive, because she's just like, nah, mate, we get on our own. You have what you want. I'll have what I want. That's how we do it. It was actually, I believe, Pog's dad who again doesn't strike me as the type of person that would behave like that. This is what I don't get, Paul. Like. It's just come out of nowhere. It's come. Solo pizza. I'm just one of those people that's like, I just really enjoy. I realize this is such a weird like hill to die on, but it's a hill I am actually willing to die on. The sharing pizza malarkey. No, can't be done. It all looks nice. Ah, no. And I'm actually okay with Pog and I do that, but it's different in a restaurant, right? I feel like it's different in a restaurant. But then again, why would Pog be doing yours looks nice when almost always we're eating the exact same meal? So, Emil Ackman. Let me just type in Ackman. Maybe we'll find the next Admiral Ackman. Or maybe not. Let's just go look at Malmo, shall we? Multiple pieces, clearly it must be the way. Yeah. Oh, God. I remember one time we were playing poker. Oh, this guy. Orman. Ooh. And he's 21. How about myself? Yes, that's fine. This nationality. Yeah, we found the nationality, and that media handling thing is going to be dope. Just having it slotted on this side is just awesome. I feel like that's way more useful than media description, honestly. Yeah, the temp polls are absolutely out of this world. Pizza? Yeah, this guy will get a scout report on him because he's dope. I've literally forgotten what I was going to say now. Oh, God, actually... Have you heard of Lech Pizza? It's close, but no cigar. Oh, there's Juan Antonio Pizzi, which is pretty close. Yeah, so I saw that, Martini. I think James was struggling with that in the Discord as well. A prenup? Wait, pre-sup? That's good. That is very good. 5 different small pizzas you could share, but not have to... So that makes sense. Yeah. Also, can we talk about Pearson Izzard, which is just a great name? I actually read that as Person Izzard at first. But there you go. Those guys are all... Oh, these are extensives. Sick. Hey, Tiger Tails. No, for good... Exactly. I don't know why they don't just call it a large pizza. If anything... Right. I'm going to rally against this. I think Pizza Hut is fat shaming me. Right? Because it used to just be a large pizza. It's the same size. Now it's a sharing pizza. What are you implying about my dietary habits, Pizza Hut? I'm not having that. Just call it a large pizza. I'm a large person. I'm not, like, if I go into Primark, I'm not buying sharing pants, am I? Like, that's just not how that works. I resent that. I resent the implication. Kishvala, yeah, in it. Totally. Duke Nukem, thank you very much for the 35 months. Also, how's it going, Vice? Taxes, maybe, yeah. Yeah, that's fine, Harv. That's the reason. But let that be the reason that I'm called fat and shown the door, right? And sat on a reinforced booth. Also, I love that Russell didn't read out the phrase pizza slut. I now wish he had. Sometimes I like a nice simple margarita. If it's really well made, I'm a big fan of that. I had a really nice pizza at when I was down at SI. I was drunk, so it might have not been that nice after all. But it had chicken, and I think it had chilies and spicy peppers on it. It was amazingly nice. Oh, stop stealing Pog's underwear then. I'm telling you, this is what's going to happen tonight. We're going to go to the Pizza Hut. They're going to sit us in a two-person booth, two-person little table, and then they're going to have to move us. And I'm not going to make a stink about it, but I am going to strut proudly to our new larger table. And when those two pizzas come, because they always bring them out one at a time as well. So there's always those people around you that are looking like, oh, they're fair enough. That's a couple sharing a pizza. And then the second one comes out. I'm like, yes. Oh, yeah, drunk food, it has to be the right kind. It has to be the right flavor of greasiness to be really hitting the spot. Someone clip this and I'll just send it. Send it to the waiter in advance. Although to be fair, it's all done through an app now. We don't even have to see the waiter. Which is good for if you've got social anxiety. Large. I kid you not, this pizza was so deep. Oh, well, Chicago, innit? It's going to be... And I've frozen. Such was my interest in your pizza story there. I have frozen. But Chicago, I mean, yeah, it's deep dish, innit? You can't expect to not get a deep dick in from a deep dish. It's just the rules. Pog really likes it. I've actually got a pick because Pog's I've got I think it's a Chicago Town one. One of the ones that's like raw. For fuck's sake. One of the ones that comes as raw dough. But they're so good. And they're like £3.50 on Club Card in Tesco's, which is really dope. It's legitimately really nice. It's like molten lava, but it is really nice. So yeah, these are the next gen dudes. So I want to give them a little bit of a closer look. So for example, him. What I might do actually with all of these guys, because I think almost all of these are next gen dudes, I might just send them all straight to Gonzalo for a week, because I want a proper review of them before we do anything sensible with them, or unsensible. Stop talking about it. I can't. I'm just thinking about my evening. Frozen pizza maker, you can get some good shit, honestly. I actually don't know how I've managed to eat what I eat and still lose 36 pounds so far this year, but I think it's just all the extra exercise and cutting out all the other crap. I still allow myself to have an absolutely dirty takeaway on a Saturday night, and it's actually fine. I love how the first part of that sentence half just sounded like you as Vinnie Jones in the movie Eurotrip, which is absolutely perfect. Serious debate. If you had to shove pasta up your ass, what pasta would you pick? Rules are it's dry, also or gnocchi does not count. Penne. Surely penne. Penne's like, it's cylindrical. You wouldn't want to go straight with like full-on spaghetti, would you? Emphatically not pizza. I just think that's semantics. Pizza's pizza, innit? The running's probably helping now because the sheer volume of it is now quite extensive. Like, now I'm doing like a minimum of like 4 to 5 miles each, like 5 days a week. And I've did like 9 on the weekend. So that does add up after a while just because of the sheer weight of it. Honestly, Howard, I think with the team report scout, you can kind of do it whenever you like now because it's probably going to take like a full year to come through. So I just kind of have them all queued up and just do it whenever because no matter when you do it, you're still going to get that year's youth intake. Now, yeah, you might occasionally miss out on a player because of it, but for the most part, I think it'd be pretty much safe, right? Lasagna sheet would be absolutely psychopathic. Like, there's no way you can convince me that's the good one. Hello, Ruskin. Question of the day. Which would be the preferred type of pasta to shove up your ass? You're right, I think we did a bit of yoga prior to this. That's another thing. I couldn't think of too many pasta types. I was only thinking of like the only ones that Pog and I regularly use is penne, like for our normal sort of pasta, and we use tagliatelle for a bit of when we do chef pasta. And what's the is it rigatoni that's like penne but just bigger, like just longer, more like a Pringle pop? In the sense that it's slowly, where it's easy, you can twist it like a screw. I just don't know enough pasta types. That's what it is. I need Twazik for this. That man's like a pasta expert. Ah. South Park episode. It's pretty much Conchini. I can't. Which one's. Is that the one that looks like a shell? How much Lego can. We are asking the deep questions. Yaman said about. Oh, God, no. Thank you. Well spotted. What we'll do is we'll do, unfortunately, I think the best bet still is Teixeira, but right back with Monty in the middle. Fusilli, I've had a bit of Fusilli. Fusilli is like the, Christ, which one's Fusilli? I see Passion, I think it's linked forever. Oh, I see Passion, I think Hungary. God, does anyone remember? This is like, I'm not entirely convinced this happened. When Pizza Hut entirely rebranded, in the UK at least, to Pasta Hut. Because I'm not convinced that ever happened, but my brain is definitely. I feel like this is a Mandela effect situation, but I'm fairly certain that is definitely what happened. Also, with that happening, I'll now put Yamin back into the first team like that as well. Yeah, I'm fairly certain it actually happened. I think it was only a UK thing. It repeats I have. I think it depends entirely on the because a lot of them are like franchise and stuff. It just depends on what's close. For example, Domino's, the one down at Vikings is delicious. The one near me, the last time it arrived, it looked like it'd been thrown in a river, like unironically. There you go, yeah. Once tried to rebrand as Pasta Hut. And it wasn't like a joke either. It was a thing they fully did. So bizarre. It's like the time that there was an experimental menu one time when I went into one in Birmingham, and they'd had cheesy bites as a side order, but you couldn't get it on the pizza anymore. The worst thing was, though, when I ordered that side order, for like £4, you got like 6 cheesy bites. I was absolutely livid, mate. Yeah, you just need a good one with Domino's because the deals are really good. Ah, that's reminded me. I've brought back to what I was actually trying to say like 20 minutes ago. One time, we were playing poker in my mate's... where his parents lived, he had like an annex on the house that was built before they moved in or whatever. And they turned it into his bedroom, so it was like separate from the house. So we were just playing poker. We had like we used to like poker nights occasionally. And we ordered pizza. There was like 14 of us. And we ordered such an enormous quantity of pizza that, to be fair, the delivery driver was a good sport. Because... there was like a wall outside the house, so you couldn't really see people. But we knew the pizza had arrived because this pyramid of pizza came bobbing past the wall, and the man was just carrying like the Great Pyramid of Giza, but full of tomato and cheese. It was amazing. It was like 200 quid worth of pizza. I don't know about Gacic going, because I think he's got a lot of time left for us still, but I do think that Schweder is definitely willing to... he's definitely good enough. Like I said, it's franchise, isn't it? It just depends on which one's good. Like, the one near us is shit. One down in Salisbury is really good. The Great Pyramid of Pizza, yeah. Of Pisa. Ah, dear. I can't believe I didn't go for that pun. That's really let myself down there. What in the Tory 11? An annex, yeah. Well, FIFA FM. Well, I don't play FIFA, so I can only really give you a comment on FM. So I guess by that standard, FM. It depends what you're looking for out of a game, really, right? If you're looking for lots of microtransactions, then FIFA's the way to go, right? If you're looking for online competitive play, then FIFA's the way to go still. If I'm being objective here and not just being a sarky bastard, you know? Oh, I can't believe I messed that pun up. The Great Pyramid of Pisa. Look at me. How did I screw that up? Also, where is Castillo? Oh, there he is. Leaning Tower of Pisa was there. There were so many things I could have done, and I was just too distracted by thinking about how delicious the pizza was. As per. FM Squad Planner. Oh, pasta up the arse. Harv, I'll take that one step further. Lasagna sheets is better than the Squad Planner. I would rather plan my squad on a lasagna sheet and shove it up my arse than use the Squad Planner. There is no debate about it. Oh, right. Pizza is also, I just said pizza is sweatier. FIFA is sweatier than... Christ. Okay, we are in the right team. Let's go. It's a big day for Durin here. Is it pasta or pasta? Well, it depends. Have you seen the movie Spotlight? I think we might get FM'd. I feel like it's been a while, and I feel like this is the perfect day for it. In a game that we've suddenly got complacent and expect that we might actually get a good result, and I feel like we're going to get FM'd here. I reckon we miss and hit the post way more often than normal. Durin. Although that's not a very good clearance. Oh, go on. I think Sam Ingram's going to have to be the hero if anyone is. He's always the man for the job. Silva. Durin. Oh, he's missed it. Aha. Here we go. Here we go. It begins. Right. Missing sitters. A strong start from us there. We've got no possession at all. Jesus, PSG's system is just like, gets all the ball. Durin from distance. It's over the bar. What do you like? I'm a Fulham fan. Yeah, I feel like FIFA's the kind of game that if you're with your mates or whatever, right, you rock up a game of FIFA, you're drunk or whatever. I feel like with FM, that simply isn't possible. They are very different markets, quite simply. They have their own, yeah. This is the content. This is where you earn the big bucks. Oh, Blas is in. Right, good first touch, goes around the defender. He's gone far too wide. Oh my god, he nearly scored. And there's the post hit. So we've had a missed one-on-one, a post hit from an absurd angle. Okay. Make sure you're checking your bingo cards, friends. It's coming. Velasquez. Silva. Oh, the football again. Oh, we're playing some lovely stuff, though. Oh, the Chicago Rays. I didn't get to watch it because, oh, what a ball. And Baumeister against his former club scores. And is he onside? Yes, he is. 1-0. Kenny Baumeister didn't actually celebrate. Holy shit, the game acknowledged it. I didn't realize that was a thing. That was... I like that. It's a nice little touch. He didn't celebrate against his old club, and the game even acknowledged it in the text commentary. Love that. Nice pass as well from Sam Ingram. Look at that as filth. And look at that first-time dink over Junior Portilla. Holy shit. Yeah, so basically, Chuck, I didn't think it was going to happen because obviously it was the rain and whatnot. So I just basically went to sleep thinking, oh, it will be on the next day or whatever. And then it just started. I woke up the next morning and saw that SVG had won. And I was like proper disappointed that I missed the whole thing. Hey, Sean. I watched the highlights and it did look dope. And Justin Haley gave him a bloody good go. But Christ. Yeah, the fact that I'd never seen it acknowledged in the middle of the game before. That's really awesome. Come on. Right, we're wondering, like, what a pass. Ingram's in. Can he go across the keeper? It's a great save again. We're absolutely clapping PSG at the moment. Like, chance creation, we're all over them. Oh, look at the football. Holy shit. And it's an easy... What a piece of... I can't even explain what we're doing here. Apparently, Chicago got more rain in one day than they got in, like, an entire month normally. What on earth was this piece of football? Look at this. The way that Silva drops this down, gets it back again, pops it across. Look at that finish from Ingram there. That nearly goes in. And then it's just a tap in for Durin. We are playing some absolutely violently good football at the moment. Everything about this just sex on wheels. Legitimately. Like, Durin's got really good positioning. And I wonder if that's what's really helping him. He's always in the right place. I wonder if it's the slight change to his role that's helping him with that too. But we are killing it at the moment. Now, long way to go. Could all still go horribly wrong. But Teixeira as well has impressed me so far today. We are, like, playing some lovely stuff. No possession at all. Oh, God. Right, everyone mark up your man. Oh, there's a lot of bodies in there. Cleared away by Montiel. And flicked by Ingram, but this is not cleared yet. We need to win the ball off them, and soon. They've got so many bodies forward. If we could get the ball off them, though. Sogos with a great clearance. Brandon Silva doesn't quite get there. We need to end this play. Castillo's in. Gets his former side. And what a miss from... Oh, my goodness. Wait, no, not a miss. The keeper saved that. Gacic just tipped that onto the bar. What a stop. Hey, Millie. Also, I don't know if this is when I know. It was a massive pleasure to meet Millie last weekend as well, which was awesome. Yeah, we've got Durin in here now. The breakaway's on. He's just got the bit between his teeth this season. He's got Kenny for support. He's still going. Clips it in. Ingram's header. Nearly 3-0. I mean, we're certainly up there. I think we could certainly get to number 1 on the overall rankings in this save, which I don't think we ever did with any of the other teams. Look at that first half. 3.25 XG against PSG. We really should. Messi or Ronaldo? Couldn't care less, mate. Honestly. It's just like... I don't think it's really an important debate to have. They're both excellent footballers. We are stomping them, but we need to stomp them a little bit harder. Because 2-0 isn't really good enough as Baumeister's in behind again. Oh, he's been pulled down. Durin's in. He's stinged the keeper now. That should have been a red card. That probably would have been a red card. Because Baumeister just got yanked down by his neck there. Fernando Wobble. Oh, booty man, surely. He's done it over a longer period of time in my saves, honestly. Hello, Sam. I did see the Telegram messages, but I couldn't really respond as we're busy clapping PSG's cheeks. Let me just check. What do you actually say? Yeah, that's fine, Sam. Yeah, we can do that. We can go Macca's first if you want. I'm taking the day off on Friday as Sammy is moving away, and I'm going to miss him. So we're going to lunch/board game cafe on Friday, which is going to be fun. This is going to be their goal, isn't it? Oh, wow. We're getting a bit lucky here as well. We would sit on the beach. Wait. Wait, you actually... That's really random as now it's 4. I think he's offside, actually. He is not. It's 4-0. Board Game Cafe. It's... Christ. Sam, what's it called? I've literally forgot what the damn thing's called. I mean, you're 90% board game these days, so what is it called? The Box Room. The Box Room. It's in Cambridge. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Patrice. Where's my button?
Did you do anything right, Patrice?
Knowing Sam, he'll probably bring about 10 with him. Man is a board game connoisseur. He's a sommelier of board gamery. As Durin's now in behind. Could he make it 5? He's gone around the goalkeeper. He's dinked the goalkeeper again. 3 of the goals have been dinks in this game. PSG have just been... Like, we have quite literally peeled open their cheeks and spat into their arse. That's how this game has gone. That's ridiculous. Insane. Like, what an incredible... What an awful analogy. Yeah, bear in mind, he just put pasta up there. Tiddly dinks, we're doing it. Oh, good lord. I can't believe I said that and provided this as well. Oh, the runs in behind are insane. I think he got an assist in one of these goals as well, did he not? No, he's got 4. Bear in mind, as well, with Durin, he's on for over 40 goals this season, and the last few years, like since we were becoming a real contender and obviously players were rested a lot, Bobby Tree's got the most with 42 in a season. Oh yeah, you finally got the Whitehall Mystery one, didn't you? Oh, can you bring Codenames? Because Codenames is just a really fun game. Or do not have enough people for that. What was that one with the cow as well? That was hilarious. Peter Dinkley, yeah. This is not done yet. We've got more. I don't think PSG understand what dragon they've awoken here. It's Baumeister makes it 6. And once again, doesn't celebrate his whole... Does it say it again? He's got a second. Oh, no. He didn't celebrate again, though. It's now 6-0. We are at... Yeah, he does have a mohawk. Look at this pass from Sogos. Just drops it inside. Baumeister, near post. Hits the defender in the face. Holy shit. Herd mentality, that's the one. Yeah, that was so fun. I'm not sure what's going on in this game. Roll for all our strikers? Maybe. But it's what I find weird, Anarith, is that wasn't that what we used to have? Or maybe it's the advance forward with the slight change in the instructions. Because bear in mind, when I switched the rollover, I left the instructions as complete as I could. So there is actually one instruction that's still left on him. As Castillo now does slot PSG back into the game, except he actually does. It is 6-1. Oh. Yeah, accidentally Paris FC have turned up. That was a weird bit of play. So Castillo scores against his former side as well, naturally. We've definitely got, because if you look at the roll, it does have roam from position still on it, which is one of the things we added on the poacher. Yeah, Castillo has no respect. Watch us suddenly win this 6-3 in the end, as all of a sudden PSG just come back into the game out of nowhere. I'll actually be very disappointed if we don't win this by at least 4 goals. Although, with them pushing forward, it will provide space for us potentially to come forward as well and grab, hopefully, a 7th goal as Ingram's in. Oh, he's got support as well from Blaz. He's going to... Oh, he's going to square it. The absolute rugby ball-sized testicles on Blaz Durin to just nonchalantly, outside of the foot, slot that in the bottom corner. It's 7-1. This is great work from Singram yet again. Given the times on that... Hang on, one sec. Let me just... Look at this finish. Outside of the right foot. Bang. Bottom corner. Perfect. What time is Dean booking the table for, Sam? Because if it's a bit earlier or a bit later than Pog's going to go to work, then yeah, we can go Mackey's first. We'll get Yokotake in, switch things around like that. Singram can come off and have a little rest, get Carpenu in. Just rotate the team around, right? Get Big Manovic on for Kenny, who's had a great day as well. Hey, ugly child. Oh, you absolutely would have gone to the touchline, and then it would have gone straight into the side netting as well. I can't believe we're 7-1 up against PSG. So, ooh, we're still going here. Ball around the side for Silva. It's 8-1. 8-1 against PSG. What else? So Pog starts at 1 o'clock, which means that if I went in with Pog, then I'd be hanging around in Cambridge for like an hour by myself. Well, not just with like sort of aimlessly. So yeah, if you pick me up on the way through, then we'll just go in and go Macca's first at you know which Macca's I mean. This is unbelievable. I don't know what's going on and how this has happened. There's still 15 minutes left. It's 8-1. I had a bad feeling. I did. We're just very good. Oh god, this is a counter-attack. I can tell. We're going to counter them here. We've got 4 players left up the pitch. 1 clearance header. Oh, I hope the interception was coming. And Gacic would just pluck that out the air easy. I mean, someone's getting FM'd. It just isn't us. Oh, long throw. Wait a minute. Counter-attack. Go on. Big Manovic, get it long. Let's go. Karps is up here. I reckon there's a 9th goal on the cards here. Big Manovic loops it over the top of Blas Durin, and he drills it home again, and it's 9. Or is it? I don't think it is, though. I think that one is offside. Yeah, that was offside. Not quite. Great vision from Big Manovic, but he's just a tad offside. Close, though. I think we'll take that. Just a casual 8-1 victory against Paris Saint-Germain. Not in all the finals yet. No, we were only in the quarterfinal stage. We've got all three teams in the quarterfinals currently. What a rep roll that is. I don't understand. The second half just went off. That was outrageous. Yeah, we are going to be in the semi-finals, I suspect. I'm honestly not even going to play the Fortress in the away game. Why not? Just go full balls to the wall. They're going to have to come at us. Ben Burton Diaz, have they really? That's awesome. That's good for him. The one where you were mistaken for a gigolo. Wait, what? When was I mistaken for a gigolo? I mean, which particular occasion was I mistaken for a gigolo? When did this happen? So Durin scores another 4 goals. 5 key passes as well. I mean, man's got how many goals now? What's that? 40... 40. Dead on 40 for the year now. It's the way that he's overperformed his XG as well. Like, he really is killing it compared to Bobby. Which you've been mistaken for. Yeah, Rara, it just went off in that last game. I don't know what happened. In the second half, we scored like 6 goals in the first 15 minutes of the second half, nearly, I think it was. Yeah, we'll have the 10-1 defeat or something. Portilla was dreadful in that game as well, and it's sort of the reason why we sold him, because he just never seemed to save anything a lot of the time, whereas Gacic was saving some great stuff there. Yeah, cool. Octo Trek of the second. Now, we'd get absolutely creamed if we did that. Might have been a dream. Maybe. You do have some weird dreams. Yeah, his XGOP is hang on, what is his XGOP? Wait, where is it? Or is this not one I've got on here? Sem needs to play more, honestly. Yeah, not a bad shout, actually. What we'll do is I might still leave it with Bobby, but anyone else? Hornet? Yeah, he's definitely... He's up there. Like... Oh, he's actually over performance. Right, sorry, yeah, I wasn't sure what the exact acronym was. Oh, Janne Persson. He is indeed a person. We'll take him. Well, take him another look anyway. And it's Thursday, which... Oh, no, it's not Thursday. It's nearly Thursday. It's day before Thursday. And you know what that means? Nothing, particularly. Watch Atletico just go on like a mad run and get to the fight. Okay, that's actually quite close, you know. And Milan have beaten Arsenal with Milan Pulpit scoring it. I tell you what. Who have we got on the other side of our draw? Dortmund Barca. Most likely Barca, given they won away from home. Also, Blas, by the way, has 16 goals in the Champions League this season. He has 16 goals in 7 starts. He might actually beat the record, potentially. I'm trying to think what the record is. Oh, actually, we can find out, can't we? Because it'll be in records. More specifically, players, and then Hossie at 22. That's still outrageous. Not forgetting the whole 20 goals that Felipe Viziu got for Sheriff as well, which is outrageous too. But look, 90 for Bobby, 11 for Bobby. Damn. Yeah, Blaz is in now. He's established himself as one of our players now. So far, I don't know, because I haven't really used many... I say that's not true. I haven't used a lot of tactics that aren't really silly. Most of my other tactics in the big tactics pack, for example, are absolute batshit stuff that we really only use as a bit of fun. This is the most consistent one we've had so far anyway. Yeah, he's definitely going to be top scorer. So yeah, we've got Ferencváros Wet Sturmgratz here and Kisvárda playing against Midtjylland. Ooh, not ideal. Rocky Room's injured. No! I reckon we lose Kisvárda but still get Ferencváros through. Or not. Kisvárda have just won away from home. Unfortunately, that. But wow, they've both won away from home as well. Semi-finals, at least, for all of us is looking good. Coefficients, 16.6 now. We've actually moved up to 5th on the year now with 16.6. The gap to Spain is unfortunately the biggest issue. It looks like we will slip down to 3rd this year, sadly. I didn't, Mr. Hazy, because unfortunately I thought it was going to be not racing. So I decided to go to sleep instead, and then they started the fucking race. Hard beat Newcastle? No shot. That would be amazing. Yeah, I was so annoyed when I woke up and I saw that he'd won. I was like, wait, not that he'd won, that I missed it. But that's the tactical setup we're currently using. If you are interested, though, !tactics, and you'll get the entire pack of tactics that includes most things. I think the only thing it doesn't have is the slight tweak to the advanced forward, in that there is one. Because Vada just don't lose, do they? They bloody love a win. And a draw. They love a draw, especially. Just check the UCL. Did they really beat Newcastle 1-0? I imagine if they actually managed to knock them out. That would be hilarious. Sorry, Hadrian. Oh, there's no way. There's no way that Hajduk knock out Newcastle here. Not a chance in hell. But imagine if they did. I feel like every time we look at Groningen, they've got a guy called Mohot or two. Brian Vonk, great name. Kenneth Schubert. Well, you know, if it doesn't work out as a football, there's always musical inclinations for you, potentially, my good man. Bit of that as well. Coops, thank you for the follow. Just catching some of these requests. Hopefully I did them all. From that one, and we did that one. Nice. Cool, look at me go. Oh, no, I watched the whole, the replays on YouTube, Hazy. I watched it literally the next morning. The moment I saw that, I watched the replay of everything. I saw, well, Noah Gregson in the barrier every couple of laps, basically. And the fact that it was Justin Haley as well, of all people, that was defending the lead from him. He did a pretty good job considering that he was on terrible tyres. And also is Justin Haley. Boom. Hey, Flawless. Also support Hardrick. Oh, you've got to go for the little guy, surely. Right, so we're going to try rotated tactic anyway, just so we can go and hammer PSG in the second game. But we're going to try Big Manovic also as an advanced forward in this one, with the roam from positions thing turned on still. Darla will be back for the next game, so that's fine. Don't know about... Well, we really do need a few more guys coming in. Might have overloaned a few people. Club Vandersex, maybe so. Yeah, that'll do. Who's getting a number? Is it Mr... Oh, it's old... Chat, Dick Sucks is getting his number. Aw, good for him. I can't pretend that's not appropriate. Ah, it's scripted, chat. It's pre-recorded. That's amazing. So Dick Sucks is going to be number 69, obviously. I've clipped that because you had to, right? Oh, God, what a day. Oh, right. So hopefully this should see a massive big bang of Big Manovic banging a hat-trick, right? I suspect the rest of the squad being not amazing around. No, it's not his nickname. That's his actual name. We just call him Dick Sucks because his name was Richard Sucks. Or Sucks, I guess. And Big Manovic scores a hat-trick. I wonder if the roam from position is what's doing it, along with some of the other tweaks we made to the rest of the tactic. Because we're getting a lot more out of our striker. Change his name to Dick. I think I kind of leave it as it is. We don't even need to change it at this point. His name is kind of doing his name is telling the whole story for him at this point, and it's perfect. Let's just see. Fucking hell. How has that video got 3,500 views in 2 hours? What the hell? That's ridiculous, chat. To give you an idea, it's 1,200 up on the last one that was like of this series, and it's number 1 by over 1,000 views. Why this one? I feel like the Irish element to it possibly has helped, but fuck me, I'm blown away. Thank you, friends. Hopefully it was a good video as well. It's not just a case of people being disappointed by it. Well, it's got a 100% like ratio so far, so that'll tell me something. I just can't believe that. Jesus. Wow. Well, there's a lot less copium, to be fair. At least I got them something good this time around, right? Yeah, I think what we'll have to do, Anorith, is try it out with the full strength side in a league game against like a proper side. So obviously that worked really well, even with a weakened side, which is a good sign. And Molfahavar are an okay team, but what I mean is like maybe against someone like Zalagaseg after the PSG game might be a good little test for us there. But I do like it as an option because we have looked pretty lethal with it this season. And I wonder if it's... That might explain why Blaz has been getting so many goals, honestly. Hey, pass bro. So, ooh... I love how tight this league is still. Like, the top 3... As much as, like, we'd look at Kshivara and be like, oh, they should go out, they are actually putting on a clinic of a season so far. And I think part of the reason for that is Bohats. He has been... And also Gapane, who's one of their guys, who's ridiculously doing well. But Bohats has been absolutely stunning for them. 16 goals this year, 70 goals for them over the last 8 years. Oh, the main thing you just missed, Paul. Actually, I'll tell you what. The biggest things you've missed is we had some rather bizarre discussions. A player called Dick Sucks got his number 69 without me putting it to him. Oh, and also, this was the last game. If you've just joined us, we beat PSG 8-1. So we're in a good spot, potentially, for a Champions League semi. And the other Hungarian sides that are both in it have both won their away games as well. So we've got a really good shot at 3 Hungarian sides in the semis. Which is good. Oh, Pastor up the Jaxie. That discussion as well. Me not understanding why people watch my content on YouTube, but apparently they do and it's awesome. All of those things today. I want 10 on ag, right? We want 10 on aggregate, surely. Even if they score 5 in the next leg, I want to score 10. Overall. I'll be disappointed if we don't. I'd like Atletico to go through here. Oh. So it's Bayern and Arsenal with... Oh, my days. Holy shit, look at that. Arsenal literally bailed themselves out in the 92nd minute. And then the 118th minute as well. Ah, so close for Atletico. Okay. Oh, and Talyaspor. Yes. Tuna Ates. Unflappable media handling as well. Resilient personality. He would be a real goer. Also probably be real expensive too, while we're at it. Ah, yes, we don't... I say we forget about that. We won't be able to forget about that because I'm fairly certain Inferno clipped it. Because he's on the clips today. Which means the next recap video is going to be full of clips. I don't think there was a single clip in the last one. That's going to change. Unhappy with the high volume of strength training. No, buddy, you don't understand. He needs to get with the program. Right, well, what about the under-19 squad? Wow. And Talyaspor have got some dope players. Particularly that other dude. Scouting update. All right. Anyone good? Wow, that's 20 people. Oh, okay. Half of them are on this as well. Unflappable media handling. So basically, unflappable indicates that the player has high professionality. There are certain media handling styles that will indicate elements of certain players' hidden attributes, such as professionalism. Professionalism is the one you should care the most about, as far as in this set of things. Anyway, also Gvardiol, by the way. So that's why I care about it. Unflappable is one of them. Reserved and evasive, I believe, are the ones you really want. Level-headed can also be quite good as well. But basically, it implies that they have high professionalism, and that's really, really, really useful for progression. And it's one of the few things that you can actually influence with youth intakes as well. Ah, thank you, Millie. What I always do is, before I do a recap video, I just go through and scour the clips from the last week, basically. So, he's too expensive. If he was 5 stars, we'd look at him, but honestly, £24 million. As good as he is, yeah. Not happening. Tingstad, I'm a little disappointed by, but that price is kind of intriguing. Connie Druga, also. I was trying to want to get rid of some of these guys. He's actually wanted by some quite big clubs, but reflexes are good. One-on-ones are very low. Fickle personality. Media friendly, that's kind of neutral. Don't know if I like him, honestly. Cosmin Andre. He's decent, actually. Oh, he was the guy we were looking at as an anchor, weren't we? He's 18. The hidden stat calculator. I don't have a link direct. Hang on, let me just go into my DMs with FM Guru off. I'll dig it out of there for you. Because I need to make a command for it, really. Where is he? There he is. Just get the link up for you. Boom. And that is the hidden attribute calculator thing that we were using to figure stuff out, basically. I need to make a command for that, really, because it's quite useful. I've never played F on mobile at all, I don't think. I always used to play, like, TGR from Team Reports from. Well, I have a couple that we use. And when I say a couple, I mean 918 of them. Now, bear in mind, this started off with me doing like 300, then I just kept adding more. The way I find them is, the way you want to do it the first year, I do have a video that explains all of this, Cushy, but basically what you do is you go to the national teams and you look at the youth national teams of these nations, and you look at which sides are producing players. So this will tell you these guys have had recent youth intakes. So what I do is I go through, and any team that's got more than one player in these national team squads, I'll just get a youth intake report for them. Particularly is you can get reports on their youth team from this screen. And you'll see that, for the most part... Oh, I haven't done with Caceres-Sport. Sick. But that's what I do, basically, to begin with. But if you're interested in the full breakdown, then ! Team Report will give you your answers there as well. Right, Boycott, we're not super interested in that. Shit, I just discarded fucking the other guy. Curse you, FM. Orman, I like the idea of him. Kapane, he's at Kishvala, so we don't want him. Jorge Flores was the Mexico Monterrey dude. This £9 million is far too much for a player of that kind of quality. So that leaves us these guys. You're too expensive. Okay, 10 poles, but way too expensive. Which leaves us this. Hey, Krill, I'm excellent, my friend. We just beat PSG 8-1. Not even on aggregate yet. So Tingstad. He's got nice 10 poles. Really high natural fitness. I like Tingstad. Am I saying that? Right. Oh, that's a lot of money. His wage is a little bit obscene, honestly. I don't know. I have no idea, Sky, honestly. It's just not the sort of saves I normally do, so I'm terrible with recommendations for things like that. I don't know if I actually want to pay that kind of cash for him. Because we'd have to pay basically 2.2 mil. I just don't know. Yeah, it's like, oh, so I am saying it correctly. Tingstad. Nice. I figured it was. I've never seen a TH pronounced properly. Or not properly, but pronounced like anglicized style. I think it can get better for less, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I want to pay 2 million for him. Yeah, when I say that weird word, like, it's tent poles. I realise it's strange for a non-English speaker potentially. What I'm saying is, or even if you, because I just speak really fast, what I'm talking about is like key attributes for the role. For the striker role position. So what I'm looking at with strikers is dribbling, finishing, first touch, composure, speed, acceleration, pace. Generally speaking, those are the first things I look at. So that's what I call the tent poles. And the same with centre backs. I'm always looking at tackling, marking, heading, jumping reach. Pacing, acceleration to a lesser extent, though, for the most part. And positioning is quite important as well. We got Andrea Sogos for free. Yeah, this is exactly it. And what a bargain he was. I'll acknowledge him rather than removing him entirely. A second capybara. God, I'm jealous. I think you're right. Orman for 2.6 is a much better deal. He's basically the same price. Slightly more, but he's also more developed, obviously. But you get so much more from him. Now, his composure's a little low, but he's exactly what someone else needs. And his wages are lower too. Which, for me, is a bit of a no-brainer on him. 2.6 mil, we'll pay that. He's a loan farmer supreme. Yeah, I love finding these attribute merchants for the loan farm. Okay, cool. So now it's just down to these two. Who looks a bit cheaper as well, actually. Koni Droga. The issue with him is fairly professional, which is a good sign. Level-headed, which kind of goes into that as well. Vision is decent. Passing is meh. Not particularly gifted technically. Would have to play quite high up. And I'm just not sure he's the type of player that... What is he? Yeah, what is he? Was this a Gonzalo report on him? No. I might get Gonzalo to have a closer look and see if he can give us a bit more of a rundown on any pros and cons and his potential, maybe. Change the 6 foreign players signed rule. Which rule is that? There isn't a rule like that in Hungary. So we'll get with him. Only 10 determination apparently is not actually that much of a factor in terms of player growth as we thought it was. Professionalism seems to be way more important, which is why we're caring more about media handling. And 10 is still decent. It's still mid. Right, let's have a look at Gvardiol then. Okay, I've had enough of a look at him. I think we're probably going to sign him. Yes, he's got yellow or like orange injury prone, but that means it's probably like 10. Yeah, spirited personality, and he's got evasive media handling style, which means he's probably got quite high professionalism as well. In Europe, no, there's no rule for that in Europe. We can sign as many as we like. Yeah, he's a DM. We wouldn't be able to play him as a centre back because he's got no jumping reach. He's 5'10", but holy shit, as an anchor with 17 tackling, he is the future of the anchor role. He's basically the next Velasquez. Okay, so it's interesting. I don't think he has a release clause anymore, or if he did, we might be able to get him cheaper, actually. Ah, so he does have a release clause, which means we can get him cheaper. Let me just offer them. I might just do a cheeky on them and offer them, like, actually offer them £5 million, but over a different split. Yeah. Just to save us a bit of money. Yeah, we have wingbacks that we use, but he's got okay crossing, actually, but I'd still rather have him as an anchor. He's got that tackling ability that you can't train, so for me, a natural tackler that good is just a guaranteed anchor. Working life with... yeah, no. I haven't been... FM/ as in content creation has been my job since the start of the pandemic, basically, when I basically just went, fuck it, we're in. So yeah, working life, it has been, this is my job, so this is my working life, essentially. Didn't they want percentage of next sale? Because I excluded it from the negotiations. I always do that when I go into any deal. The first thing I do when I go to buy any player is I go in and I remove and exclude. I add it and then I remove and exclude it. That way they can't add it back in because you can get ripped off so bad with having that clause in. So I just don't touch those ever. Passing training, maybe, but if he's going to play as the... basically, I won't be putting him on passing training because individual training focuses don't really work. Or they do, but they have a negative effect on other attribute growth that's not worth it. This is one of the findings that Max was sort of talking about. With him, he's already got caps, so we'll kind of just have to... Yeah, just do that. Because he's not going to play for us, so that's fine. First teams. Yeah, so mostly with... I didn't originally... Sakura, so, but what I did start doing after what... Basically, the first year, I would focus on mostly the under-19 squads. But then, as those reports come back through... So, say when you get a report on Red Star's under-19 team. When that report comes through, get a report back again to add it to the back of the list, but then also add in the first team. That way, you don't have to do it all at once, and you can do it over time. But you will find sometimes that a player is really good and might end up in the first team. So we've started doing that now. But it's not the end of the world. So I would say focus on the youth teams first and then add in the senior teams as you go along. Particularly in South America, though. It's really useful to do it in South America from the off, I would say. Okay. So, plus I can now put we signed Gvardiol in the thumbnail. Look at me go. Squad player, which he will honestly be. If I get rid of that, I'll actually take that. Because I don't mind giving him that kind of cash. I think if I just play with him enough here, they'll probably accept this. There we go. Yeah. Good. At 90, with him already having caps, we probably weren't going to be able to put an international wage rise clause in on him. And if we did, it probably would have cost us way more money anyway. Let's ask Baz Durin to endorse the move too. Incredibly interested in the possibility of signing for MTK. Nice. We'll take that. I really want Gvardiol. He would be so good. He's probably the best player we found. Wait, he was from the next gen, wasn't he? He wasn't even one we found. We haven't quite got around to there again yet. Although we were actually at Turkey again, so maybe we did and I just didn't notice him. Actually, no, we must have looked at him because I think when he came through, we saw all his attributes basically. Just a rule. I have heard a lot of things about Gvardiol going to Man City, yeah. So yeah, I've basically additional focuses this year seem to be somewhat ineffective, except for agility and balance on players over the age of 28. I'm putting all of our players that are over the age of 28 on agility and balance training because it gives you like a bump of like 0.5 attribute points per season. Any famous players? Not really, no. Given this season 19 now, so most of them are now retired. So, okay, what I don't want is Bobby starting up front here. I want to start Durin again because I just want to see what can possibly happen here. Oh, Harjuk are our affiliates. That's why, yeah. That's a great point. Yeah, so I don't have team reports in Harjuk because they're our affiliate side because we get one every year anyway. That's probably what it is. So I would have still got a report on him, but it would have been through that other method. They've put Castillo up front now. The board, remind me after the match, and we'll try and get another affiliate from the board, because why not at this point, right? It's always worth a go. Right. Okay. So I'm still just... Occasionally, I just check in on this video, because I'm just a little bit flummoxed, if I'm honest, friendos. It's nearly fucking 4K. What is that? Okay. It's like being a real YouTuber. I don't understand these numbers. Right. So, Silva, Ingram, Baumeister, Yaman and Velasquez that way round. Montiel and Dala that way round. Patrice, Sogos. Right. Head in the game, Matt. Yeah, Durin's 5 stars. I noticed that before stream, actually. It's mad. Picasso, nice! Bill, I don't know if Bill's actually in chat today. But if you are in chat, Bill, what were the other capybaras called when you used to work with capybaras? Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think we could get Dynamo. That's why we went with Harjuk. Confetti. Oh, I've got confetti now. Or I did. It's gone now. I think YouTube have changed the UI slightly. You might get it on the phone app. Gort. What about Bort? Yeah, basically. We thought we might be able to get some new ones this year, because obviously our rep has now gone, like, stratospheric. But sadly not. I think we were able to get a couple more, because we did get a new we did get a new affiliate, but I can't remember who it was, because they cancelled 2 more of our affiliates. I think it was... Oh, it was Deportivo Cali that we got this time around. But we still haven't been able to get any... we haven't been able to get the Catholic daddies, which is the main, like, disruption. A petite belle. Le petit belle. Aw, Pog's just said that a couple of our mates have just gone in to work, and now she's seen their very young, very cute son, who Pog is obsessed with. Throwing bottles in the ball meetings. Can you do that in ball meetings? I want more options. I want more things that you can throw. I want it to feel like the backstage section on WWE SmackDown on PS2. That's what I want for my board meetings. So Castillo through the middle. Oh, thank you very much, CMS pal. I'm glad people enjoyed it. I had a great time filming that one. That took a long time. That was the longest time it's taken so far. But on the plus side, I did watch that entire wrestling documentary while it was going. So, you know, throw a chairman through... I want to put a chairman through a table, damn it. Michael, Linda, and Anders are the names of 3 members of Loving Caliber. Well, there you go. They deserve our praise. Yeah, so we got a bit silly in the second half against PSG and hit them for 8. Just out of nowhere. We think we've managed to fall on a new tactical tweak. Look at the touch from Baumeister. That might have just made us even more overpowered. Oh, go on, Kenny. How is it that easy? How? 23 goals this season for Sam Ingram. We'll play on them. Yeah, be good. Oh, yeah, PSG are still rich. Although I do notice that they often lose their... like, Tycoon does seem to withdraw a lot of funding at some point. Kenny is very, very good. The tweak is that we're using back to an advanced forward again. But... with some of the instructions that we use on the poacher, most importantly, the roam from position seems to be having an effect on it. So that's 9-1 on aggregate now. And Kenny is an absolute goat, honestly. Playing against his former side, scored a brace against them in the first leg, and now here he goes again. Oh my god, there's space everywhere. Sogos. They're just letting us have so much space on the ball. That's the scary thing. Sogos is on the ball now. It just has to find the cross. Oh, it's 10. It's Brandon Silva, and it's 10-1. Yeah, bear in mind, there's also a lot of our former players playing for PSG, including Castillo and Yamin. And the goalkeeper as well. Sogos really shouldn't have shot here, by the way. What is he doing shooting from there? Other than providing the perfect assist for Brandon Silva to make it 10-1. We put 10 past Ajax. Oh, and Giddy as well, yeah. Any hope they had have just been evaporated in the first 10 minutes of this match. Portier genuinely is doing a great job of handing us goals. This is remarkable. Watch us not score a single goal for the rest of this match now. And I'll be livid. But we've got the 10. 10 is what we wanted. And we have now achieved 10. But now we appear to have found the complacency. I feel like Blaz needs a goal or 2 in today's game. Like, the chances will come for him, surely. We need someone to look up. Look at Ingram again. He's just in there like a dragon. Durin, oh, around the side. Surely. Kenny Baumeister's in. Kenny Baumeister makes it 3. I think that's offside, though, right? No, it's 3-0. 11-1. Look at Ingram. He's just like a raptor. The way he chases the ball down. Look at this that touch from Blaz Durin as well. Pops it on the side. He's getting the assist as well. And now Baumeister makes it 9. Sorry, not 9. 11. Oh. This is insane. Blaz is a really good... He links the play up so well, though. He's got that vision. Ingram is better than Texie, yeah. And he's been playing better than Texie. Ingram has 23 goals this season from attacking midfield. They also like a long throw to PSG, and I feel like that's going to commit a lot of players forward that might not actually work out that well, as they've got very unlucky with some of their chances in today's ties in general, frankly. Over the bar again. Ingram was free. Yeah, remember, Ingram cost us £0 from Liverpool. They released him, and he joined us on a free transfer, as did Sogos from Palermo, although it was a slightly different scenario, where he clearly wanted to leave Palermo for a bigger side, and he joined us, but Ingram wasn't getting game time at Liverpool. And Kenny was free as well. Yeah, Kenny was free from PSG last season, although we are paying him a lot of money. He's on 100k a week, which is the highest paid player at the club, I think, other than Bobby, but also he's got some clauses attached to it to boost his value even higher. Oh, and... oh, God. Sam... Oh, Jesus Christ. This is going in, I think. Castillo can't score. He scored in the first leg. Like, the one goal that has been scored in this tie by PSG was actually scored by Castillo. Worth of our squad now. Well, the thing is, our values are still crap. The player values are still not correct. Like, to give you an example, a guy I sold to Milan who's not even that good. He's good, but he's not that good. He's worth 200 million. Yet our best player, who's a world-class talent, like probably one of the best players in the world, he's worth like 40 million. And it just doesn't make any sense. We got Sarsi in for a little bit. Got off Sarsi Lannister. Bit of Romero too. Big Manovic for Silva because he's nursing a knock. And also, you know what? Ingram for Karp, because Karp is so good in these scenarios. Like, that's not actually something I've done on purpose. The ad board's being blacked out is just a weird glitch. And I don't know how. And it actually causes problems, and it causes the game to stutter sometimes, but they just don't seem to work properly at random. So yeah, it's not like I've tried to do it, just randomly seems to happen, especially in Champions League matches. I think I've probably got some corrupted game files that I just can't be asked to fix. Oh, good little effort there. Oh yeah, there's Sogos and Ingram. Again, their values are still not that high. You'd be surprised. Like, I've not had any bids more than about 40 million for Sogos, which is still insane considering he was a free transfer. But you'd expect now, given that he's probably one of the best left backs in the world, that we'd get more than that, but we just don't. I have had custom ad boards for a streamer event. Yeah, I think I had them for the playoffs, which I did in January, which I actually forgot I did, but there's been no showdown, so I do think... Actually, I don't know if there were custom ad boards for the playoffs, honestly. What a save from... Did you see that? He just kicked the ball into his own side netting there, just out of pure rage. He's like, this is how you do it. Trying to give Gadget something to do. I'd like a clean sheet here. I love the fact that we just come casually to the Parc de France and a 3-0 up here. And Gadget will come out and collect it. Easy as pie. Durin might not have scored today, but he's done it all. World-class goalie before Sogos. Well, Sogos isn't in goal. But the world-class left-back before him was... Well, Darla was playing there a lot. Darla and Terranova were the two guys that were playing there the most, for the most part. And Darla obviously is more of a right-back, technically. But we knew that he could operate there, which is why we did it. As Carpenter's through, can he make it 4? Oh, diddly-do. That's frustrating. He should have done better there. But it looks like it is going to be Barca in the next round, as they've comfortably dispatched Dortmund now in the second leg. But that's fine. We're in a good spot. 11-1 up from the first, from this tie, certainly puts us in a good place. Castillo's trying every trick in the book to try and find a shot here. And giddy! And it's tipped over again. Gadget is unstoppable. Holy shit. Oh my god, 3 lines of players. That is outrageous. Hey, Pedro. And Gadget again. Out of the transfers. Well, I mean, it's... Oh, under 10 million. Oh, for sure. Well, I mean, some of them cost us a bit of money. Darla was free. Montiel was a couple of million. Patrice was 20 million. Romero was like 7 or 8. Sarsenedis was free. Yamin was like probably £7 million. Big Manovic was probably about 7. Karp was about 3 or 4. Yeah, Gadget was 9 million, technically rising to 10, 18, but it's never going to rise. Durin was like 4 or 5 million. We have wasted a decent amount of cash. We found some good players for free. Buying referees, absolutely not. They would never do that because they would get absolutely sued into the ground if they did that in the game. Because think about it. If you did that in the game, that would imply that a club could do that, and then the club would just sue FM for misrepresenting them in the game. So no, they would never add anything like that. Yeah, also remember FX Hardy as well. So we've got Barca in the next round. A team that we've played, fairly recent. I think we played them last season. Oh, no. Wow. Oh, yeah, no, we have played them quite a lot lately. We went from never having played them very often at all to playing them almost every year, it seems. Although last year we did hit them for, what was it, 6-0 on aggregate. So our recent record against them is okay, but only just. It's only just started being doable against Barca, but we should be in a good spot. So that's been moved to that. Cool. Gets that as well. Get these moved over to that too. I think we've got a good chance against Barca. I mean, if we can put 11 goals past PSG, we should be capable of beating Barcelona too. But I think PSG are not as good as Barca though. But bear in mind, there's a reason why, as Hadrian says, you can't even have negative personality types on real players. Like, if you see a lot of real players with balanced personality, that's basically the lowest FM can go as far as negativity for a player. Right, here we go. Yeah, the thing is, we can't spend that kind of money. The reason we can't spend that kind of money is because we don't have the income to match it, because we don't have Premier League TV money coming in. Most of the money we generate has to come from competition prize money, i.e. Champions League, which is still not that much in the grand scheme, and mostly comes from player sales. We're still having to be self-sufficient, really. We can't rely. We only get like 2 mil a year in TV money. Like with a Premier League style deal in Hungary, we'd be great. But yeah, instead of a mercenary, yeah, surprised that they're getting that. Right, Kishvara, they just need to not lose. Ferencváros just need to not lose. And if Newcastle lost this... Yeah, we also do have 100... hang on. Minus 105, which means it was 23, so that's 30. We have 151 players out on loan at the moment. Right. Come on. Oh, Devoy's broken his hand. Last thing we really needed there, honestly. Yeah, I mean, that's obviously eating some of our wage budget, but remember how much some of those players are actually on. It's not a lot, frankly. Give Joey Barton today. I don't know. Is there just a Wemp personality? We'll invent our new one, Wemp. Sure, you can't make your own personalities in the game. That'd be fun. Right. Come on. Get them both through. Don't really see the ball. Fucking hell! Kishvara just beat Midtjylland 7-1 on aggregate. Bear in mind, Midtjylland beat Manchester City in the group stage. So it's Sevilla through again, Monaco, Man City, and Kishvara, who I think is who they will play in the next round, unfortunately. Oh no, it's Sevilla. They'll play Sevilla in the next round. I tell you what, Kishvara got a shot at another final here. Watch Ferencváros have fucked it up. Okay, so Newcastle go through after extra time, ironically, with the guy that we sold them and Neil Brock. Neil Brock is the face in the game. He's also one of the head devs at SI. That's funny. So yeah, Ferencváros are through, but 3-0 victory. Medj ahead with a goal and Puskás with another goal. So we got 2 more wins. Come on. Good old Brocky. 18 points now on the year. We're up to 4th on the year now. 18. We're coming for you, Spain. We're closing that gap a little bit now. Yeah, Ferenc Newcastle. Sevilla versus Kishvara. We're still having a good year. Like 18 points is still a fantastic season. I reckon we could still get over 20. Potentially, anyway. Oh. We actually did get back into positive node numbers for a little bit, Christian, but we really beefed up the loan farm this season to not really avoid it, but like to get some more quality out there again. Oh, Puskás is doing great. Yeah, as you say, that's a really good opportunity as well if we were to somehow knock out... Well, if they knock out Sevilla, then that's outrageousness. Then again, Sevilla got knocked out by Lazio in the last Europa League semi, and then Lazio got houndedly beaten by Haladáš. They will never drop off the top. Well, they will, but the way you get into the drop off the top, quite simply, is you get 7 teams in Europe, and then you have those teams actually perform in Europe, all of them, including in the Champions League, because those points have to come from somewhere. So if you're consistently winning tournaments and getting teams really going deep, they're doing that at the expense of the English sides. So their points will naturally have to drop if you're going to gain more points. That's how it works. So you just need everyone to really be on their game. We know it can be done because Gaffer's done it. So yeah, that's how Puskás is looking at 31. Only 61 caps for Hungary in the end, actually, is surprising. I reckon he's probably internationally retired. Well, no, he's not. I feel like he'd have more than that by now. But he is still playing for the national team. But yeah, so he was at Debrecen for 12 years on loan from us after he moved there permanently. Oh, sorry. Yeah, on loan from us for 12 years. Then his contract expired and Debrecen didn't want him permanently, so we signed for Ferencváros on a free. And there you go. Jesse and Magnificent Potato Mash. Thank you very much for the follow. But Puskás is... He's one of the original, like, oh, this guy's going to be a really good player type of players. And we've got the new guy. Revamping the staff. Yes, we did. So our new staff... hang on, it was the under-19 staff, wasn't it, what we were looking at? So the staff is now looking like this. Most importantly, the coaching staff. So the key thing is, they're worse They're objectively worse in quality, but we're going to train them up to be better because they've all got like quite low coaching badges. That was the idea. But notably, now they've got good personalities. So we've got 5 model citizens. Not only that, they've also got unflappable, evasive, all have good media handling as well. These guys here are professional with reserved. These guys are professional with evasive and unflappable. Resolute, but they've got reserved. Spirited, but he's got evasive and reserved. And then these guys we left alone, basically. So we've really revamped the under-19 squad. That was the plan anyway. Just a couple of loans, yeah. Wrap around to 1. Oh, yeah, that's never going to happen, I don't think. Can you die in the game? No, you can't. You can play as long as you like. Yeah, Reece James is our new under-19 manager. Belgium are 5th and France are 7th. Really? What, in this save? Or in real life? Wait, no, what? Oh, IRL. Why is that the case? How does that work? Yeah, you max out on 100, but then you just stay there. I don't think we're even still in the race. That's the main thing. So Gvardiol. Oh, yes. Tariq Gvardiol. That is great. Pro Slayer, thank you for the follow. He is a baller. To be that good, 3-star CA at 19 is filth. I want to get rid of that. Ideally, because he's only got 8 long shots and we don't want him shooting because that's like Velasquez type of shit. Cullen CLN, thank you for the follow as well. Yeah, aging isn't real. By then, everyone will be in the cloud. Or summit. That's all we have to worry about. Oh, God. Okay, looks like Teixeira's going to get a lot more football now. Dala can't seem to stay fit at the moment. Which, I suppose he's not the youngest player in the squad anymore, but, you know. Oh, he can tackle. Oh, he can tackle. He's going to be a lovely anchor for us. I can't believe we got him for £5 million over... Well, 2.5 up front, 2.5 over 3 years. He's a brilliant one. Yeah, we'll get rid of the PPM on him, and we'll get him training as an anchor, and we're going to get Orman as well, which he'll be really nice. Oh, so Salah is now considered a 4-star player. Affiliate, yes, good shout. So let's ask the board. What better time to ask them than just after we've clapped PSG 11-1 on aggregate? If they're not going to say yes then we had no chance, did we? Right, finance. Just want to make sure there's nothing silly in there that we can't do. I've tried to ask them about new stadiums, but they've always said no. Right, affiliate club. And we want that one. And that one. Usually I can win them round. There we go. Absolutely great idea. Oh, thank you, Hazy. It's very kind of you. People do seem to be liking it. I'm going to check it again. I shouldn't, but I'm going to. Fucking hell. What on earth? It's like 4.5k. Alan or Awan, thank you very much for the follow. So we are going to get a new affiliate, but I don't think there'll be any new teams eligible for it. It's going to be the same ones as before, is it? What the hell? Oh, that's just because it was... Yeah, let's see who we got. See if one stands out to me. I think it's the same teams as before, isn't it? Yeah, it is. The clue should be quite good. So we can get Universidad de Chile, but we can't get fucking Catholic daddies. Damn it. Oh, Mamelodi Sundowns, though, would be a pretty nice one to have. Just to mix it up a little bit. I kind of like the idea of Mamelodi Sundowns. To have someone on a different continent, mix it up a little bit. Try and spread out our scouting knowledge a little bit. They're definitely the best South African team as far as that sort of stuff goes, although Kaiser's used to be good. Penny Roll, we've already got a South American affiliate. In fact, I think we've got 2. Nah, fuck it, I'm doing Mamelodi. They're not perfect, but it'd be cool to have some South Africans come through. Just to, you know, mix things up, have some slightly different nationalities coming through the youth intake. Wow. Shabana Rat is a little bit awesome. Also, this dude here. Whoa! Oh, he's stupidly expensive. The affiliate option that lets you have players in your youth intake. The same one we always choose, basically. Yeah, you're right. I think we have seen it before, and I think I made the exact same noise last time, didn't I? It's the only affiliate that we're really interested in, really. The others don't really do anything for you, per se. When's Barca? So 10 days for Barca. Okay, cool. So we'll go with whatever squad they want. Bobby Tree. Do you know what? I might actually try Bobbins. I know I'm personalising every single player, but I just want to make sure that we can switch it back. No, you can't buy a club. No, that isn't possible because you wouldn't be in a position to be able to buy a club in the game. I want to see if it works for Bob as well. It should do. Like, given everything we know about Bob, it should be him. And yeah, getting Mihail back into the team for a little bit would be a good idea too, actually. Give Kenny a rest as well for this one. Oh, we're up against Cock Wriggling. The time is now. Patrice is struggling. Shit, I shouldn't. Oh, well. I guess he's starting then. We'll try Sem at AF as well, yeah. We will try Sem against Spartacus there. But what we're looking for is see what Bobby does in terms of his output in today's game. Like, if he looks a bit sus. Then 1-0, Bobby Tree does score. Wow, we had a 1-0 victory with 4 XG. I mean, that might just be a random blip. It's hard to say. But Bobby did at least score the goal. What was his actual XG? South African team, they're hopefully going to be our newer affiliate side. Form 1.68 in that game. So he definitely was getting in the right positions, which is a good sign. Yeah, their opposition keeper had a great day. Oh, I'm so sorry. Samuel Babangida's actually got... Oh, he did have quite high potential. Damn it. Yeah, Brandon Silva just dropping a 6.1 there is bizarre. My guess is it's because he was creating loads of chances and no one was putting them away. But it's like, what do you expect him to do? Catholic Daddy's and Mama Lordy's damn straight. Wriggling's struggling in the top flight, but that's mostly just because Zalaga Sega dread... Oh, actually... Incredibly, despite the minus 52 goal difference, they are actually in a position to stay up currently. Which is not bad. Really. Yeah, we'll try Sem in the next game. Request an affiliate club. No, you have to request a very specific type of affiliate side. So the one that I just signed up is the one that you want. There's a specific terminology. So, for example, Danny Boy with the 32 months. How's it going, Danny? Hope you're having a lovely Tuesday. Let me just show you what I was talking about. Club info, affiliates. So, for example, Austria VM may send academy players to train at MTK Budapest to gain experience. MTK may benefit from some of these coming through their youth ranks. That's the one you want. I can't remember the exact terminology, but that's the one that will allow it. Possibly. I mean, what was Brandon's... Let's have a look, see how he did in that last game. We can actually look at his XG. Maybe he did just miss loads of chances. That's really odd. Like... It's a shame you can't see XA on this screen. That'd be fun. Saz? Because you can see XG, but you can't see XA. So we don't know if he created how good his creation was in that game, unfortunately. Oh, sick on holiday now. Wow. I suppose it's July now, isn't it? Make it possible to start early years. I don't think that's likely to happen, Garrett. No. Because of licensing reasons and stuff like that. European finals go. So last year, we won. Haladash won, but Ferencváros sadly lost to Spurs. So we won 2 out of the 3. How do you request that? So when you go into your Club Vision... Hang on. There we go. It's under... Well, it will be under networking. It'll appear in there as affiliate club. And then, I can't remember the exact one you have to click, though. Someone in chat will know the exact terminology, but yeah. Hit and miss. It's very hit and miss. Just have loads of money. I think that's the problem with the instant results. Sometimes they're a bit weird. We're up there now with the big boys. Well, we won the coefficient race last year entirely, Danny. So last year, we got 25.9. Which is the highest I've ever had in any of these saves. And we actually beat England and were number 1 on the year. This year, we're only... we're going to probably slip down to... We went to 2nd, but now we're going to slip to 3rd, probably because Spain are having a really good year. Unless some magic happens, because we're actually playing a Spanish side in the semi-finals, as are Kishvarda. So with the right things going our way, there is a chance we can haul them in a little bit. I don't know if we're going to be able to do enough to catch them. But what I feel like is that Kishvarda and Haladash are ready to take on the Champions League a bit more now. I feel like they can actually do stuff on the Champions League level. And they'll both be in the Champions League with us next year anyway. So I'm hoping that those two and probably Ferencváros are going to be the ones. Up the kissy farts, indeed. And we might finally have a season where we finish with a higher goal difference than our points tally. But I think that's just from us having less points. How is Barwick going to win Player of the Year? Sorry. In what world is Chris Barwick the favourite for that? Is it because he's got a high... Blasturin has 16 goals. I think they can do bits. Bear in mind, Kishvarda once came 13th in the Champions League group and actually qualified for the the second knockout round as well. I think they're getting to the stage now where it's potentially a possibility. But that's really how you take it to the next level. Like, it's all very well us doing well in the current setup, but once we get those extra teams in the Champions League, like we had before, we need them to make a difference. UCL, no, we've never had an all insert nation name final at all. We've had all nation name semi-final in this save, in the semi-final of the Europa League last year. We've never... The closest we've come to another side from our league getting to a final of the Champions League was Dundalk with Treaty. Dundalk got to the semi-finals of the Champions League last time around. They got knocked out by Benfica of all teams, which was really annoying because Benfica mugged them off massively. It was like 6-0, but it was dead even on like XG. Very annoying. Oh. Ooh. My voice is hurting a bit today. think I've been even more talky than normal. Who could have thought that was possible? Right. Okay, well... Oh, that's a lot of reasonables, though. Oh, wait. Oh, some of these guys might be the return of all the players I... Yeah, I think... We'll do Fortress away for Barca, because it definitely has its moments. I think what I'll actually do first, though, is have a little pee-pee, because, you know... Your boy's got a bladder, and sometimes that bladder needs to be empty. So we'll have another whiz quiz. I'll get some more mid-journey ones back for us later in the week, because I've just been easy to grab some of these ones at the moment. So I'll be back in a second, and then we've got Barcelona and all kinds of other cool shit. Back in a second, friends.
Lips like heavenly wine, you make my morning shine. With lips like heavenly wine, you make my morning shine. With lips like heavenly wine, you make my morning shine. With lips like heavenly wine, you make my morning shine. Will you stay there with me? Will you stay with me in the dark? Will you stay there with me? Will you stay with me in the dark? Will you stay there with me? Will you stay with me in the dark? Will you stay with me in the dark? The dark, the dark, the dark. With lips like heavenly wine, you make my morning shine. With lips like heavenly wine, you make my morning shine. With lips like heavenly wine, you make my morning shine. With lips like heavenly wine, you make my morning shine.
The answer is Aaron Doran. This is a bit of a weird one,
Do you know if there's a train coming?
because I'd never heard of the chap.
Oh, yes, very
As it
slow.
goes. J Miles, thank you for the follow.
Wow.
Bit of can opening ASMR for you. Ready? Yes. Nothing I'd have to... Oh, that sucks, Saz. It sucks because I see these screens and I'm just like, how much better could this screen be if they just gave you a little bit more information? And I have actually mentioned this to them. So hopefully we'll see. Right. Let's have a look through some of these guys because he might be an interesting one. Start with the very top though. Danny Ortiz. Oh, wait. He's not worth 25 million. He's just not. Like, I like a lot of things about him, but there's just things that I just don't really want. And I just think that 25 million, you'd have to be fucking outrageous for that. And this guy's also not worth 25 million. Particularly because he wouldn't be able to structure it either. Like, he's a good player, actually. He's a very good player. But we find players like this way cheaper. Hey, Silvera. It's just Orts. Was it just Orts? It's a bit orcs. Here we go. Razvan Telescu. Although I suspect with 16 he probably won't talk to us. But a little bit concerned about his physicals. He's very brave. Like, man would go into a burning building to rescue a cat. But could he... He's got good crossing too, actually. I quite like him. Like, he can tackle, he can mark, and he can cross. He's not the quickest, though, but he's good on both feet. And he's very young as well. Oh my god, he'll actually talk to us. Holy shit. I just thought he was going to do the whole normal crap, though. Yeah, no leadership whatsoever. Let's try him. Because I think if he's under 600k, 570 grand, definitely doable with him. Was that? Oh, it wasn't actually a bad amount. For that kind of price, I'm willing to take a punt, right? Ronnie Hamias. Okay, he's very cheap. He'd have to be really, really bad for me to not pick him up for 300k. I'm telling you that right now. Who is this report from? It's Liam Clark. Okay.
I'm the post.
Huh.
Cooper.
He's still worth 300 grand, right? Mesmike, thank you very much for the follow. Oh, okay, excellent, Adrian. I'm excited about that. Youth team doing? Don't really know, honestly. We don't really focus on them very much. They're just sort of there. The reason they don't do too well is because a lot of the players that would be playing in the youth team are out on loan, so they're, yeah. 2-footed is ready mercenary. That's true, yeah. If this doesn't work out, Mossad. Learn about, yes. That's basically what we do, this. It's what we have to do. Oh, it's a release clause. Of course it's a release clause. Yeah, well, for 300 grand, I think he's worth a punt. Just for the loan farm. Druga. Well, I'm still not sure on him. Honestly. Diego Iriarte. 5.2 million. He'd have to be stunningly good. And he's okay, actually, but if he had just that bit more potential. Is this Gonzalo report? No. At 18, it's his last chance really to be good for us. Let's just see what Gonzalo thinks. Right. Kashikara. He's just so expensive. As good as he is, and he is good, I just don't know if I want to drop that kind of money on quite low aggression too. Last 45 minutes. Did you see us absolutely clap PSG? Because that's probably the biggest thing that's happened, was us absolutely annihilating PSG. And we are now in the Champions League semis. I'm not sure I like him. I'll acknowledge him rather than getting rid of... right, Killen. He's really good mentally and mentally and physically, but his technicals are... Actually, his technicals are still decent for someone who's 17. Just that low tackling. Like, he doesn't really have the passing or vision. Total transfer budget this year is 50 million. So, as of the year we're just coming in, is 50 million. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by turnovers, but like we spend a lot of money and we sell a lot of players. Yeah, it's just that it's that 8 tackling. If he's super cheap, why do the Norwegian guys always want really large wages too? But if he's anywhere close to like £4 million, he might be worth 2.1. I wasn't going to pay anything more than 4. I wouldn't have even gone near him at 4. But 2.1? That's true. Norway is just... It's an expensive place to live. That's true, yeah. I forgot about that. Good on both feet. He kind of ticks a lot of the boxes that we like. So I think actually at 2.1... Oh. All right, fine. You're never getting that money. But just so you know, Christian Sond, you're never getting that money. Max Graf. 8.4 million. Yeah, no. Not at £8 million. You'd have to be mental. This guy, though... Roman Stanisławski. Okay. He's like the other guy, but just good. He's got tackling. He's got crossing. Lacks a bit of speed, but he's got great acceleration. Great mentals at the age of 17. These guys are really nice loan farmers. Relatively cheap wages. Good player IQ as well. All green. At 17, to have that kind of player IQ is really good. And Bobby Tree came from there. There's a history. Another 2.1 million. I do love how those two players can be worth the same, even though the things were... Yeah. I like that guy. And he can play a bit in DM. And actually... Yeah, I like those guys. There's a nice little batch of players there. Picked up some good stuff today. Was that 3 or 4 guys? Fucking hell, that's like 4 dudes we just picked up. Look at us go. Future prospect. Okay, that means that he's not going to settle for a... Oh, it was his compensation anyway, I think. Which I think we're still paying less than that. We were paying like 500 and something. So he will have to get Romania caps for us to actually do anything. A bit of that. Was it 17? So I'll just offer him 18.5 just to be safe. That's a 6-year contract. Relegation release clause. Boom, boom, boom. Cool, one done. We could potentially get through 3 finals as well. I mean, we could potentially get to it anyway. Yeah, we've got Bartechko, Łukasz Bartechko in the facility. I think he's actually at Zirmol. I think he's part of the reason why they've become so absolutely stunning over the last few years. But they took a lot of our youngsters. Wait, I don't need to do that, do I? I think he'll go for it without that. Usually youngster indicates they'll be willing to go for... Yeah, cool. But they've got some cracking players. Them and Honvid have got some of the best young players that we have to offer at the moment as far as loanees. And I think if they could just get their act together a little bit more, start to build, they could be the guys that join us in this next group. Optional year. No, I don't hard lock it. What you do with the... You can't just say, hey, here's an optional year. You have to offer them something in order to get it. So the only reason I'm doing it with that guy is because... So for example, right? This guy wants future prospect, which means I know I can't do the thing I just did. If it said youngster there, then I can offer him pretty much whatever I like, and he'll probably accept it. Because it means that he doesn't think he's good enough to sign for us, even though he clearly is. This guy, however, has future prospect, which means that he won't accept if me randomly just dumping in loads of extra clauses. So I have to give him something back. So with this guy, unfortunately, he does want quite a lot. So what I'm going to have to do is get rid of these, because they don't really care about that. In the sense that what I then do is, when I dump in the optional contract... Oh. As long as I offer him a wage rise clause that matches the one that he wanted, but he wanted it from league games. If I tried to offer the same thing, but with league games in here, it wouldn't work. But if I give him that and then I add relegation release clause on top, it works. But if they say youngster, usually you've got the clout. You can just offer them whatever you like. So this dude here, same thing. I can't offer him exactly what I want. I have to actually negotiate a little bit with him, which I'm willing to do. Only 3-year contract, so he wants 20 there, so I'll have to offer him a 20-year. 20-year? Fucking hell. I wish. 20... Just a little touch there, just in case. Boom, 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 boom. That'll give us a 6-year contract. Relegation release clause. Boom, 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 boom. Done. Good. Yeah, so it doesn't work very well on Earth. I tested this off stream once, and I offered them the exact same money for league games versus international caps, and I had to push the league game one up to nearly double the international cap one to get the same result. So it's just not worth it to me. Particularly as... I mean, I suppose it is worth it, but just on the risk... Sorry, apologies for my Facebook messages going off in the background. Let me just shut it off. And everyone frantically checking their Facebook messages now. Metalist Kharkiv. But I find that it's just not as effectual. What I will say, though, is it is less likely to happen, but just on the off chance, right? So like, yes. Yeah, I saw it. It was great. Really makes you want to read the book. Which I do have, but at the moment I'm reading a book called Winterworld by A.G. Riddle. And it's quite long. Well, it's Silo. It's an amazing TV show on Apple TV, Mikey. So good. It's... I can't even explain it. It's just sick. And it's a really good adaptation from what I can tell. Or what I've heard. But I'm really looking forward to reading the book. Semaz AF. Yeah, we'll do Semaz AF. This game. I'm still going to insist on having them all personalised. For the moment. Interesting. I wonder if that will actually hinder him. Does that affect... Huh. That's fascinating. If it was almost like he fixed him. You're welcome, Michael. You're welcome. Yeah, I can't... It's because it's very hard to break down into a really short, like... nugget of information of what it is, because it is so... Yeah. Oh, what's this? Oh, fuck, yeah. It's like, it's right there and it's so close to being workable. No, I'd highly recommend it. The first season is now finished. It finished on Friday. And if you're interested in the book, it's by a guy called Hugh Howey and it's called Wool. Apparently I've had it sat in my Kindle library for years. Yeah, obviously I'm not going to talk about the... I couldn't even talk about the context of it. It's just there's too much stuff to discuss. It's got Rashida Jones in it as well, though. Other teams are doing well. They're all in this... Let's say others. We have teams in the semi-finals of all of them so far. Only read Google Translate now. Right, so we'll do Spartacus here. See how Semi does. With Bobby off that left-hand side as well. That's going to be a fantastic little test here. But yeah, we've got Ferencváros in the Conference League semis and Kisvárda in the Europa League semis. Better youngsters. Well, they wouldn't give us any better youngsters because there's no... We have the best youth facilities and everything in the country, so there'd be no benefit to us having a domestic youth. And we do have a few of them as well. So Sem did score a goal and actually got 8. So he's clearly doing stuff, even if he only got the 1 goal. As Ingram, just because he is Ingram, manages to find a way to score a brace again. I think you could put that guy in any tactic. And hang on, we're playing Mezhkovej in the final. Okay, so that means we have to win the final. There is no excuse for that. How the fuck did that happen? Who did they beat? They knocked out Kekshmet. Jesus Christ. So yeah, we have to go and win the final because we can't let them go into Europe. But in future years, if we see the right... Oh, no. Jesus Christ. I might just... Wouldn't normally dick with this, but just to... We want less training there if we can. I don't really care about player development that 1 week. We just want to make sure we get through the week without any major injuries. If at all possible. Romero. Okay, cool. So it's rest out for Kekshmet. Full strength for Barca. I think that's after the second Barca game, though, so it's not the end of the world. That's usually when we get all that congestion is after the second leg of the semi-final. And only if we're playing in the cup final, which we are pretty much every year, obviously. A bit of Budafok. Shakhtar scouting report. Ooh. It's another goalkeeper, but 20. Surely their youth team was bound to have some quality in it. They don't seem to be getting like the 10s in training that they were before, and I think that's because RDF's ones focus more on training happiness specifically, and this system is more about the overall development of the players. So I'd be curious to see if there is any kind of... But I'm seeing a lot of upward arrows on our players, which is always a good sign. Obviously him less so. Even on like some of the older players, although it's weirdly his crossing attribute. Patrice as well. His balance is going up, which is a good sign. Not that I've got him on balance training or anything like that just yet, but we're seeing the right number of arrows, which is good. Now, obviously, the arrows work kind of weird, which I did not realise until I saw Max's video about that as well. True, yeah, we'll have to make sure that Teixeira doesn't play the next game. So we're getting Stanisławski, which is good. And, oh! Okay, random dude decided to... 4.8, yeah, okay, not doing that. Fair enough. Guess he'd rather not play for them. Okay, so we're going to get Killen, we're going to get Telescu, and we're going to get Stanisławski. Just missing out on that one really cheap dude from Celta Vigo. He was fine. I wasn't super asked about him. I didn't want him anyway. Oh, now we're talking. Oh, he's so expensive, though. He's so expensive. 21 million. He's very good. He's not 21 million good, though. Well, not currently. Not that I have the money for that anyway. Right. Rotate for Kekshmet. I want Mihail, Nunez. No, not Durin. Honestly, I'd rather play Sem through the middle than like that. Big Manovic coming in there. Teixeira can't start. So we'll start... Good lord. Romero can start. Anyone suspended? But Dala is. That's why we're making sure Teixeira plays in this doesn't play in this game, because otherwise, because he's going to have to start again. Or no, sorry, Dala's not suspended. He's injured, isn't he? Which is worse. Club record signing. I think genuinely it's Dylan Chambers, the guy I sold to United a year later. We spent 35 million on him. Luckily, we've still got the better end of the stick for that. In fact, let me just go check and see if I can sell that clause. No. One day I'll be able to sell that clause, and it's going to be for moon money, because I sold him to United for £60 million, but I also put in a 50% of next sale fee clause. So my hope is that at some point they'll quite like to buy that off of us, or they'll sell him for moon money, because he at least actually hasn't played for them. Bro has not played a single minute. Oh, God. I mean, we do, but like at the same time, if I bring them in, they'll probably just end up getting loan offers, and I'll just end up loaning them out anyway. My guess is a few guys will come back from loan this year, and so they'll end up filling those slots. It just so happens that a lot of players that have done that have been strikers and wingers over recent years, like Mihail and Durin. We just haven't had enough of the DMs coming back. I'm sure one of them will come back at some point. How to develop players is good. Just training, playing them loads. A lot of them have had a lot of loan spells too. Well, I say a lot of them. A decent chunk of these guys have had loan spells. Mihail has. Actually, most of these guys actually haven't. Most of these guys obviously aren't very good. Right. Let's try and get through this. I think the one area where I would like a little bit more depth is the DM spot. But we are going to get that, though, because Gastal's already joining us. And we're also going to get Gvardiol. So that's kind of going to fill that slot up. Oh, my goodness me. Bardislappen. What a huge raid. Welcome in, everybody. Danke. Welcome on. I don't even know what to say other than give you a shout out, my friend. That's really awesome of you. Thank you. Shout out. Right, get this correct. Bear with me a second, friendos. Welcome in. Right, let me try this. I want to make sure I get this correctly. I'm sure I haven't. Have I done it correctly? I did! Success. Also, we lost. There I am celebrating our defeat. How is stream? Oh, dear. We just beat PSG 11-1. It just sort of came out of nowhere. And then we just randomly put 8 past them. With their former player playing against them too, which is really fun. Yeah, welcome in, everybody. Thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that a lot. Oh, even I can click this. Why was I not following you? That's incredibly disrespectful of me. Got sacked in Leicester. Ah. One thing I can guarantee you this, Chris, is that one specific thing will not happen here. Mainly because I will not be managing in Leicester. Well, I mean, the day is young. Who knows, right? When was the last time I was sacked on stream? Oh, that's so nice to you. Verdelax, thank you very much for the follow. After winning a Liverpool. Ah, that's unfortunate. You don't want that. So that, God, this title's getting closer and closer now, isn't it? Shit, we're still only 5 points clear. Bartolino Pro, thank you for the follow. But that, just flexing on it now. I have nothing to flex, believe me. Last sacking would have been African Adventure. You're right. Yeah, the last time I got sacked was from Cape Town Spurs with African Adventure, where we had the wonderful ignominy of being top of the league on expected points whilst being 12th in the league on actual points. And this was like 30 games into the season. Eventually the board just had enough and went, hey, we don't care about your made-up XG numbers. What's going on? No, Grotto was a resignation because it was only a short contract, if that. And besides, that wasn't on stream. That was a YouTube video. The last stream sack, I think it might be the only stream sacking, would have been Cape Town Spurs. I don't think we ever got sacked during Outcast to Icons on stream, did we? I don't think it ever went quite that badly. Other than that ridiculous spell when we were in charge of Zlobin in Belarus. And we bottled a 12-point lead at the top of the league. Still got promoted. There you go. Oh, Grotta is still a failure. A huge failure. I can't believe that came so close to us having that other success as well, which is bizarre. Now, Spain was on YouTube. Which particular Spanish one do you mean? Do you mean Albacete, or I fucked that up on Survival Specialist? Do you mean, fucking who was it? Osasuna, where I particularly messed that up during Outcast to Icons. And then the original Outcast to Icons, I had a pretty naff time at Granada as well. Spain has just not been my favourite cup of tea. I don't do well in Spain. It's the heat. I've not got the right skin tone for it. Let's get back in there. Christ. Yeah, we do need to actually put a look. Outcast to Icons. So Outcast to Icons was a save I did on YouTube twice and Twitch once, where essentially you start with, well, you have to do it later into the cycle. So you start with every single league turned on in Europe. And I'm talking about every single one you can, even the really lower ones, right? Negotiation. Okay. Little, we'll do it the English way because I don't know what the word is in German, but I bet it has more letters. Nego. She. Asian. You've got to break it down into 3 places. Thank you very much for the follow, Bardislaffen, as well. But yeah, the idea with Outcast to Icons was, so you have all the leagues switched on, including all the ones that are added. So we had like Albania, all the like North Macedonia, etc. And you start at the very bottom with 0 coaching badges, so it's a journeyman save. However, the idea is that you work your way up as you do with any normal journeyman save. However, you're not allowed to manage any side that's ever been in a European final. That's the twist. But also, that gets updated throughout the save. So if any new teams reach European finals, including the Conference League and the Europa League, they're also now unmanageable. So it gives you a lot less teams that you're allowed to manage at the very top end to try to win the Champions League. The other twist is that if you reach a European final during the save, if you lose the final, you have to resign. If you win, obviously you stay on if it's like Europa League or Champions League. Oh, sorry, Conference League. But that's basically the that was Outcast to Icons. I've done it 3 times now. I had a bloody lovely time every single time with it. Weirdly, I only managed to succeed on 1 occasion. But that's what it is. I'd love to do that again at some point. Chili con Carnage, thank you very much for the 20 months. It's very kind of you, my friend.
Half man, half chaffinch minus 100% sexy badger.
You know it, buddy. Thank you very much for the 20 months. I hope you're well.
Cooper.
Got to take a look. Oh, okay, that's exciting, Hadrian. I can push some of the videos out of the way. Bobby, in terms of pure goal output, Millington's goal output is actually filthy. The guy banged like 45 in the Premier League, if I remember correctly. Kai the Tie, thank you for the follow. Like, he was next level. Favorite club from OTI? Christ. Sassuolo was really fun, because that was the final club in the YouTube save, and I just really enjoyed managing Sassuolo, the Sassy Boys, because we had some really fun players. We had this, like, a number 10 called Marco Quarto, but Marco Quarto, and he was just such an exciting player to manage. So there was him. Wait, hang on, his stock was 28 now. Oh, he is, bloody hell. So that was fun. On the stream one, I'm actually trying to I forget the pathway slightly that we had on stream. I know we finished it. We did Atalanta and Lyon towards the end of it. We started at Zlobin in the Belarusian second division, and I can't remember where we went after that. How could there must have been something in between there, and I genuinely can't remember where we went after all that. We didn't go to Turkey or Belgium, or did we go Scandinavia? I genuinely can't remember. I must have blocked it all out. Such was the horrors of it all. Extend these guys as well. Some of these guys I'm just going to discard anyway, but Kravchenko. Oh, that was the other guy. Oh, that's the guy that's really expensive. Right, okay, that makes sense. How does it make you feel? Oh, God. Oh. Some of these names I don't even recognise. Obviously, you've got Stephen Christopher, Ender Curran, Willie Armshaw, the Armchair himself, Mark Ludden. Spain. There's a dude called Spain. And yeah, most of these names I'm not sure. I recognise a few of the names, but not all of them. KV in there. KV, no, I don't think so. I don't know where we managed. It was Zlobin, and then we somehow ended up at Atalanta and Lyon later in the save. But there was definitely some teams in between, and I've completely forgotten where they were. Oh, Idrottafulla Fjöglifjadar. That was one of them. We did IF, didn't we? The Sports Birds. Remember that part of it as well. Yeah, Bart Rogan has joined Brighton. Didn't they do like a really cool like Simpsons-style release video as well, which is kind of dope? IF in the Pharaohs, yeah. Now they're back to wanting £190 million again. Is he? Oh, he's happy again now. Ah, that's why. Don't know why he's happy again now. Doesn't make a lot of sense. IF with the button. I like to believe that I learned to say it better than the button at the end. He's not actually been scouted yet, so we'll let that happen. He'll come back around in a minute anyway. On a whiteboard. That's good. He's a great keeper. I mean, in FM, he's a great keeper. We just don't know what he's going to be like in real life, but I had a great time with Bart Verbruggen with Treaty United. He was one of my favorites. He was basically that saves as Joao Virginia. We get text. The plan was to try and bring Texie home, but now he's suddenly happy at United again, despite not playing. So the plan, we were going to try and unsettle him and bring him back, but now he's no longer asking to leave for some reason. Maybe that will change in the summer if he doesn't get any more football. The hope was to try to bring him back super cheap because, like, they've ruined my boy. They signed him for 70 million. He's basically just a Brazilian Donny van de Beek at this point. He's a fascinating one. Nathan Collins to Brentford. How much? Oh, Belgian amateur save. That would be not save. The Belgian amateur side, I think, will be really good at that level. Especially, what season are you in? Especially like seasons 3 to 5. It's so overpowered. I have, however, heard that people have found it useful all the way up to season 10. We've not found it that useful. Although, now that it's April, might be worth having a little look. In fact, since we're on the topic, let's go and have a little look ourselves. Belgium. Any new... Oh, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. 23 million. That's quite a lot. But Championship Season 6, if it's still working... Wow, Season 6. Holy shit. That's insane progress. Fair play. So here we go. If you're unfamiliar with the Belgian youth method, Belgian amateur method, friendos, listen up. This is going to get a good example of it. So for some reason, especially in Belgium, does happen in other countries as well. But we've noticed that in Belgium, it's the most prevalent. You'll often find in their under-18s and so on and so forth, all the way up to the under-23 squad, players on non-contract deals that sometimes will come through and be absolutely baller. Like, ridiculously good. We don't know quite why it happens, but it seems to happen an awful lot. And so, if you're managing any team that just needs a player really fast and you can get a guy on a free, this is how you do it. from about season, honestly, from the start of a save through till about season 6, although can go on a bit longer. As you can see, we're in season 19 and they still exist. Now, they're not good for us, but as a new team at the start of a save, when you want free players, trust me, the amount of, I think we probably signed 10 or 11 of them over the course of that period, and some of them were like, one guy we signed came in, he was 4-star CA at 18 in our starting 11. So we got people like Amin Swinnan. Yeah, he's not amazing, but worth a scout, these guys, for sure. And also, there's very little downside to it as well. Yeah, work permit issues will happen, of course, because depending on the league you're managing in, but Virton is a club that produces loads of them. Good for the loan farm. Nah, I guarantee you these guys would probably be like half a star. Flavian Moores, there was Felipe Novak, there was tons. It's not only Belgium, but Belgium is the one we notice it the most. First friendly arranged. Ooh, if you had any sense, Danny, you'd actually make that friendly against your under-19 squad. I need to remember to start doing that more, but I'm imagining that's not what you've done. None of the under-19s and under-20s. You sometimes see under-21s. Yes, you know, not this time around, but it's always worth a little poke. Just have a little look around. Also, we got a filter that allows you to look for them quicker, basically. Croatia is good for them too. Oily Shannon. Who else, really? Who else is it going to be other than Oily Shannon? I'm so disappointed that we can no longer schedule friendlies against FOT, and I'm not entirely sure why. So we're away from home, so we want to go Fortress this time, which makes sure I've got the right setup. Yaman Velazquez. I want that. I still want Durin to start, because he is actually capable of playing as an attacking mid. And as a shadow striker, which is where he'd be, the only thing that it does is it requires him to be less... He doesn't have to concentrate. Oh, no, he has to concentrate a little bit harder, but luckily he's got okay concentration. FOT got amputated. They did. They got gangrene. That'll do. Cool. Tactic test. Yeah, I need to get hold of like a tactics test database at some point, because I have an idea for a video series that I'd like to do that would require tactics tests in like the you know exactly what I mean, it's the ones that test it against all sorts of different things and give you results based on it. I would like to look into that, because yeah, it's the video idea I told you guys a little while ago about, where me and another creator spin a wheel at the start of a video and it will give you a random system. Like, could be anything in terms of the formation. And then you spin another wheel and it gives you 5 different roles that you have to put into the system. And then we have to build the best tactic each using those 5 roles in that system. And then at the end of it, we get like an hour each to do it. Then it goes into like a tactics tester. And then the winner is the one that does the best in the tactics tester. I thought it'd be quite a fun little video series to do. And it'd be great to have someone like RDF come on like the first one, because he'd be the perfect dude for it. And lots of opportunities. I'm looking for more opportunities to do collaborative videos, and I think of ideas with that in mind. Best performing roles this year. I don't believe there is such thing, because I think it all comes down to the way you set up your tactics, because some people say that certain roles are overpowered compared to others, and I think to a degree that is true, but if you put it in a tactic that isn't set up correctly, then it won't matter how good and overpowered the role is. I've been enjoying Trequartistas, personally. I've got 2 in this system, 1 in the other system, and we have another system with 5 and another system with 8. Would not recommend the 8. It's fun. I would recommend it if you're enjoying fun. Haven't used DLFs this year. Segunda Volantes have been fun. But, I don't know. I don't think this year's got the same sort of... Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, getting RDF involved would just be perfect, because he's just so fun for that kind of thing. He's just a great dude. I have been enjoying the Segundas in this system, in fairness. But yeah, I don't think it's quite like last year. Like last year, when you had CMAs were absolutely overpowered to an insane level. But, and do you remember do you remember when 3 striker systems were? I know that they're still a bit broken, but not like it was on FM18. Physicality, yes. We do seem to have some quite good physical players, which has possibly helped. Right, we'll do that. Yeah, the CM's arriving late, and like the old 3 striker systems were just absurd. But there's always something, right? There'll always be things that work successfully. It's a bit like saying other overpowered roles in football. It's like, well, not really. It's just that those roles possibly... It's hard to like define roles a lot of the time like that with real life players anyway, because they don't really operate in the same way that a player does in FM. Like, you could say to Pep Guardiola, oh, what role is Gundogan playing? Obviously, he wouldn't say that now because he's not the club, but like what he would have said last year. And he wouldn't say, oh, he's playing as an attacking midfielder on attack. You know, he would just have a set of instructions that he is told to work within a system that sort of might mimic some of the things that you might see in FM roles, but that's just not really how football works in real life. I think FM struggles to mimic that because at the end of the day, there's only so many different variables it can have in a match engine to make it fluid and actually still work, right? Oh, you have to stick the woodwork. Little bit. Oh, dear. Right, let's go. Camp Nou, away from home. Let's do it. Anyone we recognise in their team? I'm noticing a distinct lack of Navarro these days. He seems to have disappeared. Well, I just mean in general. No one can copy... Football isn't really as black and white as that. Even if you were to ask a manager that's more historically simplistic, you might say, like a Sam Allardyce, for example, right? If you said to him, what role is your central midfield playing? He'd be like, central midfielder. Right? Oh, is he in CM? Oh, I must have missed him. My bad. Oh, he's literally there, isn't he? Also noticed bloody... Christ. Ybarra's on the bench. What is this song? Oh, it's... Loving Caliber released like an old set of deep cut songs. Sorry, I've got classic streamer blindness. It's the old... I was reading chat, thinking at the same time, and trying to look at the screen. My brain can't do all of those things at once. Oh, yeah, so Farkashan plays for Barca now. In the summer, he was obviously released. No one picked him up or wanted to pick him up. And he ended up signing for Barca, and now he's on like 30 grand a week. He's that good. Which is why I'm a little bit annoyed that none of the other sides wanted him, frankly. Chukwudi's also an absolute monster, which is a shame. The way... Oh, what a brilliant touch from Chukwudi. Has anyone thought that maybe that Barca player took a little bit too long there? Like, I feel like he could have maybe scored there, but he just took so long. The tactics. Oh, exclamation mark tactics in chat, and you can get my tactics download pack if that's what you're looking for specifically. He had... I could have watched the entirety of Interstellar in between him getting the ball and him shooting. Bro was already planning a celebration. Gadgets with a big stop. This has been a tough start for us, though. Just put it in the net. I love it. I think one of our guys got a block on it as well. Maybe he was on that planet where everything moves really slowly. In his head, anyway. The world was still moving naturally. Like, he takes a shot and everyone's got a full beard. Yes, it's been a strong start from Barca. I think, like with any of these first legs away from home, it's just hang on in there. See if we can come up with anything on the break. Keep an eye on people. Make sure we don't do anything silly and completely throw away our chances. Because I think in the second leg, we're going to be much better. But we want to make sure we're still in the tie. Come that. Here we go. Oh, it's... I do wonder, actually, if just letting Durin off the hook a little... Oh, here he goes. Finally bursting through from midfield. Blast Durin! Oh, it's past the post. God damn. Oh, Dela Cruz on as well. Bloody hell. Oh, yeah, that's great. Just such an... Oh, such an intelligent FM player. Like, he looks into things that I just don't have the brain power to do. It's those types of chances, though. And I do wonder if maybe we could go to the other system and just let Blaz actually have a run as a striker in the second half. But then at 0-0, I think if we concede, I might just flip it. And let him off the hook a little bit. Good old Donovan Rubin. But, you know, he's doing okay in this system. We're not having any big issues, really. I think we are missing Darla slightly. There's an injury there. Oh, yeah, to Batista. That was presumably the substitution you guys were on about. Because their front line seems to be underperforming a little bit, but I don't want to place too much credence in that just yet, because you know how long it could be. Oh, God. Right. So Miggy's going to go to right back, but now we're going to have to put Limoero on. Because Yokotake isn't injured still, and he's not even back into playing time yet. I worry that Limoero is going to miss an aerial challenge. He's just not great in the air. He's a great player, but just doesn't have that aerial threat. Okay. Ooh, now it's a tough one. It's like, what changes do I even make here? I'm thinking... I might actually bring Bob on for Ingram. Because Ingram's more tired. And I feel this is the type of game that maybe these dudes could clean up on. Today's been really good. We're in the Champions League semis against Barca. This is the first leg away from home, so we're obviously trying to be a bit cagey about it. We beat PSG 11-1 on aggregate. Sogos has been kind of poor as well, actually. I might get Romero on. Because Bobby's sometimes good in these moments in games. Like, he can... I just made all the substitutes. And then 2 minutes later, Yamin gets injured. And I don't really think we've got anyone that can come into that spot. I think, honestly, we'll do with the system. We'll do what we would do if we went down to 10 men, which is just we'd move to a strikerless system anyway. So I guess we're just going to have to go with that. Because none of these guys can play any deeper than that. Right. Velasquez has got a lot of work to do. Actually, what I will do, though, is... Oh, he's already a DM. Okay, that's fine. What I was going to say is I'll just move him over to being more of an anchor in this system. One man's going to kill us, yeah, but we've got no one else that can sit in that role. We're going to just have to hope to get away with it and keep on the front foot. Carp's deeper. I don't think they can even play there, can they? What? Come on, FM. Honestly, no. Like, I don't want to touch... Basically, it's one of these situations where doing that, we have no idea how they play in that system like that. Whereas, at least we do know what this is, right? Moving like that, we might well concede here, right? But if we do that, we are completely into the unknown. And I don't want to risk it. Even if we lose 1-0, I feel like we're strong enough in the second leg to get ourselves back into this game. And I'd much rather stick with what we know kind of works for us to an extent anyway. I feel like this at least is an actual system. Is it 6 minutes to stoppage time? Oh, God, here we go. Ybarra against his former side. He's gone too wide. No, no, no. Fuck off. That's ridiculous. How is that allowed to go in? Why is that... Why does that... Like, understandable. When this ball deflects up in the air, why is this not just being caught? Like, the keeper's right there. Or the defender, or anyone. Just classic FM nonsense, isn't it? That's right, we've got the second leg. But that is frustrating. And there's no amount of, like, us putting an extra winger in is going to make much difference there. That's just one of those things, unfortunately. Mr. Header, yeah, it's great, innit? We weren't that great, honestly. Where's the Patrice button?
Nobody asked for your help, Patrice!
Usually with those deflections, something's about to happen. But it's only 1-0. It's only 1-0. We beat Barcelona 5-0 in Budapest last time around. So I'm not super concerned. Particularly as we were down to 10 men. We were looking a bit shaky the whole game in a way anyway. So that's what they needed. They had to have a bit of luck. Oh, shit, though. That's not good. Oh, God. Although we have just lost 2 more players. In fact, who the hell's going to play right back? It's going to be Mickey, isn't it? Because Darla's not going to be available for the next game. And neither is Teixeira. I think the injuries might actually be what cost us here more than anything else. Because we're just going to be lacking players to fill those positions. But still, it isn't dead yet. Wait, who's just done what? Great. Mentoring everybody. I still think we're good enough, though, in the home game. Like, we beat them 5-0 last year. It's only a 1-goal deficit. This is not done. Right, here we go. Sevilla Kishvarda. Ferencváros Newcastle. You never know. We'll just have no teams in the finals this year at all. Despite having 3 teams in the semis. Ooh, Rapid Vienna? Ooh, yes. I'm trying to maintain my positive outlook this time around. I'm not going to get sucked into negativity this time. I want to believe in us. I believe that we are good enough to do it. Like, genuinely, I actually think we do. I think we are capable of being the better side in that home game. Oh, that's not good, though. And Jesus Christ. Kane Fuller's still clapping goals in at the age of, what, 33 now? That's frustrating. That late goal is going to be the killer there, I suspect. They weren't very good, admittedly, but conceding in the 93rd minute there is not ideal. Oh, yeah. No, watch us all go out here. It's looking very much like that as Ferencváros lose at home to Newcastle, with Neil Brock scoring again. Oh, good. And it was a muggery as well. You love to see it. Didn't even deserve to win it 2-1. I would have... Oh, fuck me. Okay. Kishvarda have pulled off mad shit in the past. You never know. But, this has suddenly got very awkward. If we somehow end up in 3 finals from here, I'll be very amazed. In fact, if we somehow end up in 1 final from here, I'll be amazed. Ooh. I've definitely seen it before. Maybe they'll get the return of the luck the other way. Oh, hang on. I didn't actually set up a second report there, did I? Nice. Hey, Hungarian sides love a comeback. You just never know. But truthfully, I think the only comeback that's really likely is our one. And obviously that's the main thing. But to have another Europa League semi-final, though, is pretty impressive. I don't think we ever had that happen at all on the other saves. Ever. So to have a finalist already, 2 sides in the semis, and a final winner, and another semi, I'll take that. Right, we'll move back to that. Pick youth prospects, but like, god damn, who's even going to play in this one? How much? Yeah, sure, you. Christ. How do you get the scout reports? I just showed you how you do it. Hang on one sec. So, you go to like here on the team page. That's our team page. It's the one team I can't do it on, Matt. What are you doing? You go to here, and then you go to get team report, and then you go to like that, and then you just assign it to a scout. But usually the under 19 team's better. Yeah, we're definitely getting there. Like, we should really be challenging for the Champions League every single season, and it's the fact that they're doing it with us. Although, the thing is, this was our best chance to get another chance at those lower European trophies, because from now on, it's going to be weaker sides in those tournaments, because all the good sides are going to be in the Champions League with us, and with there being no drop-down, I felt this was the last chance for a little while anyway, for any of these teams to really clean up. Who's getting a number this time? Number 70. Why not? We already gave Dick the number 69. I can't believe that happened. Yeah, it's full rotate. Which means I think we'll lose this one as well. We're going to have to be careful with the league title. Thankfully, we've got enough of a gap that even if we were to go through against Barca, the final wouldn't be till the end of the month, so we'd have plenty of time. Also, when is the 1st of... Oh, shit, we've gone past the 1st of May. The 2nd of May, rather. I was going to try out that little trick. So a draw. It's not the end of the world. Rafael Puente. If I could spell it. Rafael Puente. Oh, he's the Mexico manager. That is he. What specifically am I looking for with him? If I could see anyone coming back, it's Kishvada. Because they've come back so often in Europe. It's ridiculous. Serial Killer, thank you for the follow. Keep Burnley up this season. Yeah, I do. But I also don't think that... I think all the people that are predicting Burnley to be like, oh, they're going to be a top half team and play spectacular football are absolutely deluded. They're going to have to be much more pragmatic if they intend to stay in the Premier League. This is what cost Fulham Premier League several times. Like, trying to play like that in the Premier League and not being pragmatic about it. You can still play nice football and stay up, but you have to be pragmatic when it comes to it. And I think if company's sensible and does that, then they've got a much better chance. But they're not going to be able to play that style of football in the Premier League and survive straight off the bat. They're going to have to be a bit more sensible about it. I mean, look what happened when they played Manchester City in the Cup. Obviously, it's Man City. It's slightly different. Yeah, we lost the first leg, and so did they. But I think they'll stay up. Potentially. But we'll see. Tobias Tarrant. If this is a real player, there's almost no chance he's... Oh. Well, I'll be damned. No one to be proud. Oh, yeah. I mean, hopefully you'd think that. But then they tried that... yeah, I don't know. It's only one game. All we really have is that one game where they played Man City in the Cup, and it's not really a fair sample size. Curious to see what their signings are going to be like. It'd be lovely if Fulham could actually sign a player or two. Or just a player. Any player at this point. It's like... I feel like everything I hear is about players being linked away or leaving and not joining. I'm not seeing anything really. That would be amazing, Icarus. End of the season, they end up back with Dyche again. That'd be quite a nice little full circle event there. Infrared. I don't know if we're actually infrared. I've heard that we've been linked with him, but that's been said since literally when we played Man United on the last day of the season. Mario Bratu. Most likely not in the game anymore, but also we have lookups for stuff like that. Daishi and Big Sam Jobshare. Oh, like the Cowley brothers. I can't remember who. I'm curious who it was, because what if it's like Southampton, who were basically a championship side last season anyway. Yeah, I saw that Marco Silva was heavily linked. I saw this. I heard about it on the podcast after the fact today, and I was like, well, shit, I'm glad that didn't happen. Apparently he was offered some absolutely ludicrous money, but I believe George Jesus has now got the job that he was potentially not after, but like in for. Also, hasn't now Stevie Jean taken over one of the well, there he is, one of the Saudi sides. I can't remember which one. They certainly seem to be, because Newcastle have just done what, 70 million euros on Tonali. Bournemouth beat them 4-2. Oh yeah, but I mean, Bournemouth, it's hard. It's just hard to know, isn't it? Like, Bournemouth's a tough one. Not one of the state-owned ones. Is that even possible? It's got a mid one. course he has. So yeah, that's Colin Whelan. 20 million can have Fred. 20 million. How long has he got left on his contract? Is that Dara O'Shea they've signed? I remember having Dara O'Shea on my FM saves. I can't remember which one it was. It might have been Wimbledon. No, it might have been Stockport, perhaps. In the Scouse accent, that's amazing. I kind of want to hear that now, actually. Damn, we're actually only 2 points clear of Kishvada now. We actually need to get our shit together a little bit. Marcus Doll. Oh, he's a doll. I already looked at that, didn't I? Shit. Okay, second leg. Oh, I think positive thoughts is what I'm getting at. Like, we should be good enough. We beat them 5-0 in this match day last year. 110 million exaggerated. How is it exaggerated? I thought it was like 100 million plus some add-ons. Gonna drown the Josh with spit. Every time he says it, to be fair, that's just him talking English, so I can't wait to see him speak Arabic. It's gonna be fantastic. You know what? I actually hope that he really does take the effort to try and learn Arabic. I think it'd be dope. Not producing any results. Oh, mate, that's not true. Lies. You wait till that goes up by 1 and then you'll be all over it. Oh, good lord. Another injury. Wow, we've really got some shitty injuries. Like, 2 right backs out, a centre back / DM, and now Buddy Carpenter. We are just lacking players in the key areas. And it's not like we don't even have depth in some of those positions, but when you lose 2 players that can play there, it just becomes a bit like you wouldn't have 3 guys that could start there and actually be doing a job. If he's got 1 year left, then 20 million is absolutely absurd. Why would we pay 20 million for a player with 1 year left on his contract? Also, I don't know why Fulham would pay 20 million anyway, but if he comes to Fulham, we're not paying 20 million for him. It's just not happening. Yeah. A contract like that actually is quite important. He won't. That's true, yeah. He'll learn, like, you know, your highs and your buys, your pleases and thank yous. Boom. Yeah, he'd have to take a wage drop as well, I assume. Like, Fulham have quite a strict wage structure. Isn't Buffoni already... Yeah, he's already joining us. I think this is like one of those recap ones where it just sends you loads of new ones. I'll just send them all around again for the moment. Barcelona is on my mind right now. I can't think about scouting. Different countries, yeah. That's kind of sick. Yeah, you just send it with a polyglot. Edson Alvarez. That's not one I'd heard about yet. Where does he play? I'm not familiar. I mean, the name I am familiar with, but not overly familiar. Oh, Genk. Go on. Oh. Now we're talking. Diego De Palma and Noah Nels. To nod along to stream and consume content. There you go. Nod and agree. Damn it. To be fair, we are going to need another centre-back. We need one anyway, and if Tosin goes, we're definitely going to need one. And we are so light in the wide areas now because of 40 million euros. Jesus Christ. That would be a record sale. A record buy for us. Seems unlikely. Durin, Ingram, Baumeister Silva, Velázquez, and Sarsanedas. Yeah, Sarsi's going to have to play that role. It's not that bad. God, if only Darla was just that little bit more fit. It could be a lot worse. More of a DM. Strange. Under second team, under 19s to the left. Do you mean have them on this sidebar here? I think that's just depends on what club you're managing. I believe there is something to do with that, but I think it's just because of certain clubs do that. I think, or it might be because I'm technically in charge of one of them. I can't remember exactly. Solomon's gone. William's gone, or they're going. Yeah, I think it's because I have the responsibility. Hey, Marius. Right. Okay. Here we go, chatto. Wait, is there anything? Did I miss a lookup? No, I didn't. Cool. Right, let's do it. So if you're in charge of their training, that's what it was. Yeah, it's because we wanted to implement the training schedules across the entire squad. That's why I'm in charge of them. I don't know how Limoero is going to do, but we've really got no choice. Or do I put Yokotake in? Limo, actually, you know what? Limo's improved. I think I was maybe overreacting a little bit. He's not got the best tackling, but he actually has got 14 jumping reach now and 14 heading. He's just that red injury prone. Expect him to have to come off and be replaced by Yokotake in the middle of the match anyway. Right, moment of truth. Let's do it. We're a goal down. Oh, thank you, Daniel. Chat are very helpful. If I don't know something, which is most of the time, chat do. Basically. Hey, FMG&G. Let us do... Yeah, well, Pumpy Fists to start with. This is the second leg. Yeah, we lost the first leg 1-0 with a 90th minute goal where the ball deflected up into the air and then everyone just ignored it and let the player pop it in the net, basically. 5 winning kids for free. Holy shit. Nice. That's dope. Okay. Part of me feels like this one's going to have some nonsense. But I'm going to maintain my sunny demeanor. They're playing the same system. I feel like we can do this. On our day, we're a better side than Barca. But I've got to trust the lads. I feel like we're going to miss Yamin. We're going to miss Dala. We're going to miss the setup that we have to play. The squad is not as strong as I would like, but there's really little we can do about it. We just have to start offering stuff. 15 minutes in. I mean, Patrice is already on a booking. Okay, finally. 20 minutes in, we're in a highlight. Barca are pushed right up, which could actually help us. If we can play through the press and get to the ball to these wide players, like i.e. ball to him, he pushes up, we get the ball out wide, and then get Duran in behind. That's what we need. This is more like it. Right, now, him. Lovely. This is the passing patterns I want. Okay, that is not the passing I want, though. You've got to be much better than that. But those are the kind of patterns I want to see. And Ingram's going to have to do a lot of running today. He's going to be harrying them. Every possible opportunity. Blaz is at least getting back into spots. Realist, it depends. It's not a personality I'll avoid or anything like that, that's for sure. Right, interception. Yes, here we go. This is what I wanted out of Sam. He's going to have to do a lot of running today, and he's doing it. God, he's actually leaving that guy behind. God, he can really run. Velasquez can turn. Sarsenadas. Right, slip it through. Yes, buzz. Duran's in. Goal. 1-0. That's what we want. Just that ability to get into that position in the middle of the field, look up and find that pass. 1-1. Blaz Duran scores again. And that was all because Sarsenadas was given a little bit of space. Just to look up and look at that pass. That is worldy. Ingram just leading from the front. Ingram's pressing ability is absolutely wonderful. That must have been really tight. But look at that pass. That's like De Bruyne. Just gorgeous. Oh, exactly. The Pizza Hut's going to taste even better if he can pull this off. It's a great pass. He's done well there. And that's also, now that's going to push us back to level pegging. Oh, God, I'm feeling a red card any minute now. Well, that isn't in the box, is it? So, if this is given in the box, then I think we might as well just uninstall and wait for F25. Yeah. Whew. So, Carol, I'll absolutely do that if you remind me after the game, because I'm always curious about real footballs and stuff in the game. But I suspect that we might be so far into the future that you might not have you might no longer be in my database, unfortunately, which is the downside, sadly. And yes, but thank you very much for the follow. I must have missed that. Right, so now we're back to 1-1. I can do this. So now everything's a bit more balanced again. But I just something feels a bit funky in this map. Oh, look at this from Miggy. Right, come on, Ken. Don't fuck this up. That is a very, very dangerous pass, but he's actually got away with it there. Unless Patrice fucks this. Sarsenadas. Oh! Good lord. Oh, look at the football. Look at this football. Come on, where's the last pass? It's Kenny Baumeister. He's through. And he scores. What on earth? Carol Porges, thank you so much for the follow. As Kenny Baumeister. Wait, tell me he's offside. Fuck, he's offside. God damn it. That was such nice football again. Offside. Ah. That was such wonderful counter-attacking football. I thought he was on. Because he is. Okay, cool. Right. It's just one of those ones where the lines and the players' sprites don't line up with the lines. That's frustrating. But still, we're creating chances. And Sarsi's now hurt himself too. But we have no one to replace him, so he's going to have to just stay on there as he hits the bar with it. Sarcenatus is actually having a day. We'll have to assess him at half-time. Offside in 1D. We're looking better now. But I am a little bit concerned about Sarcenatus. Because I reckon this is going to be one of those wants to stay on but injury is hampering him type of situations. This is affecting him, but who the hell would come in? Oh my god. Right. My thoughts is this. Maybe we bring on... Switch those two over. Then switch those two over. Because Limoero has been training to play this role. Can Yokotake actually play that more effectively than he can? Actually, you know what? No, I'll just put Yokotake there. He's more familiar with the role. When players have got the injury affecting them, it will hurt them so much that it's just not worth it to me. Oh, dear. Ignore the fact that it's now said he's unfamiliar with the role. It's not that. It's just that the game does weird stuff. Single deeper? No. Because, again, there's no point in changing the tactical style when we don't know how it works. This is why... I don't know why people do this. Like, if I move Ingram deeper, we have no clue what that would actually do to our tactical style. It's just a pointless endeavor. A DM sub. Well, we've signed 2 of them joining in this summer. We just don't have the depth right now because of injuries. That's really what it comes down to. Yaman's injured. And we've got 2 more guys joining us soon. There's the RPM. Right, but then where does Velasquez go? Oh, you mean like... can Ingram even play there, though? Also, I feel like we'd lose Ingram's effectiveness as an attacking mid. And without the fact that we've not got Carpenter to bring in either, I'd have to bring in Nunez. And I'd rather keep Ingram where he is and let Yokotake do his job. Now that bear in mind, Velasquez can play this role brilliantly. It's just that when I had the choice of him and Sarsi, I knew that Sarsi had to play there because Sarsi's not a good anchor, comparatively speaking, anyway. Okay. Silva's probably going to be one of my first subs as well. Probably for Mihail, actually. Too much to handle. It can be quite dense at first, Carol. Yeah, I agree. But it's just a question of learning, like, what to... A lot of people think trying to do too much at once, and the game doesn't really stop you, and I think that's part of the problem. Ingram's just such a threat. I think the plan is to keep Silva. Silva's going to be my next sub, probably. Most likely for Mihail, because he's been a big game player for us in the past. And, like, Blaz is still doing fine, so I don't think I want to bring Bobby on just yet. If I did bring Bobby on, I might actually bring him on for Ingram, potentially, even. Oh, God, this is not good. Right, everyone get back. Nice. They could have actually sprung a brilliant counterattack on us there, and they just didn't. But we're pushing up on them quite a lot. This is the kind of pass we've got to be careful of. Right. Oh, God, he's going to square this to the guy at the back post, isn't he? Fuck's sake. Not the guy at the back post, just our former player. I think that goal in the first game is going to be what costs us here. Just a nice little pullback. Navarro near post, and Patrice does nothing. Okay, plenty of time. Wasn't like it was their first shot or anything, so... Okay. No, it wasn't BS there. That was just a good finish. Good goal. It's the first game that was more annoyed me. But that's fine. We got to do better here. We're just not as strong as we could be either with the actual squad itself. All right, come on, Kenny. Knock it down. Oh, for God's sake. All right, now it begins. Oh, no. Okay. I still don't think we're done yet. We're still playing some really... Oh, God. Right, I think Silva's got to come off in a minute. He's just looking a little bit shaky. Yokotake bringing it out there. Right, find Velasquez. Now look up. There we go. Better. Got to find the right pass. There's the right pass. It's Brandon Silva. Brandon Silva fires us back in front. Does he? Yes, he does. 2-2. Just as I was about to take him off, Brandon Silva pushes us back in... Not back in front, back level terms. And Kenny with yet another beautiful assist. Oh, this is a gorgeous pass again. Like, cuts inside, spots the run. Gorgeous. It's a good finish from Brandon Silva as well. First time, right foot, bang. Now I've got a decision to make. Max Stein, thank you very much for the follow. Now, we've also got to think about this as though the game's going to go to extra time as well to plan our subs around that. It's a lovely pass. That was really clever, actually. Durin drags the centre-back a little bit deeper, trying to follow his run. Okay. Right, we'll wait till like 65 to really make a decision because Patrice is falling off a little bit. Ingram's actually struggling, potentially. And I wonder if Bobby in that role could be where we want him. Right, okay. Skyer XD, thank you for the follow. Yeah, Ingram's... Actually, he's improving again now. Christ, this is trouble. Patrice is struggling, but we have got 0... I'm not bringing on Darla for him there. Kenny is having a lovely time, yeah. All yellow? I don't know, actually. Why are they all yellow? It doesn't make any sense. Honestly.
Do you know if there's a train
Why are
coming
they all
anytime
yellow?
soon? Oh yes, very soon.
Strange.
They are
Oh, my
building it
lord.
now.
Dr. Benjamin! Oh, my lord. Okay, right. I need to ask you about this then, because someone came in earlier and said that, and I'm going to need some context, my friends. Thank you very much for the raid, Ben. Welcome in, everybody. We're just at quite an important juncture right now. That was you, Tom. Yeah, I'm going to need an explanation, friend. Let me get you a shout-out, buddy. How is stream? How's Norwich? There's so little context. Give me what little crumb of context you could possibly do. I'll wait. I've got to wait anyways. I'm still trying to figure out which substitution to make. But thank you very much for the raid. Jacob, thank you for the follow. Oh, we liked it. Do you know what? I like it too. I agree with the sentiment.
Bring on the
It does feel like a copy pasta, actually. Oh, now it's become one. Oh, dear. Hazardous, thank you very much for the follow. So to catch you all up right now, it's Champions League semi-final. Half of our squad is injured. Standard. All in the same positions. So we're basically playing a skeleton crew. And it's 2-2 against Barcelona. And now I'm just debating on who I'm actually going to bring on here. Because we have to make some kind of change. Because, you know, what it wouldn't be Football Manager if you weren't making random changes. None of the defenders can come off because no one to replace. No, the one player who's doing well is the one that we can actually substitute. Right, cool. I still think Silva comes off. Despite his performance with that goal, he was doing sod all before then, and I think Mihail. Right, so that's... I want to make sure that I at least make a couple of subs here, though, so that we don't waste the stoppage on, like, one sub. But we've got to prepare as if we're going to extra time here. Cool. Power till I die. Thank you very much for the gifted sub to Bobster. You love to see it, friends. So that's the situation. Darla can't come on. Darla's injured. He's just on the bench because the game, like, put him on the bench. He is actually injured. I think he's at least yellow injured, right? He's not even back in rehabilitation. Like, we could bring him on if we desperately need to, but it's not a decision I really want to make because he's not really fit to play the game. Like, I'll do it if I have to, but at the moment we technically don't have to. It's weird how it doesn't show the orange injury though when you're actually in the match when you're in the match day. But yeah, if a player gets an orange injury during a match, it does show it oddly. Right, 10 minutes to go. I'll save the rest of these for literally break glass in case of Darla is where we're at. Oh, thank you, actually. Yeah, it's a really nice one. It's the first chance I've actually had to wear this. It's been too hot otherwise. Okay, looks like we're going to extra time. Which is fine. Which is fine. Because we'll... Neil Hoskins. Yeah, Barca have got some... Oh, what was that straight? They've got some interesting names, shall we say. Neil Hoskins just also got Joffrey. Is that real? Oh, for a second I thought it was a real dude. This is season 19, so 2041, I believe. Yeah, we'll get the coefficient for the winning over 90 minutes, which is, you know, that's the real quiz. But if nothing else, we will at least have that to die on. Right, so let's just leave that as it is for the moment. Thrash the art. No, wait, we'll... Oh, no, technically...
Fun fact.
No, I'm going to be a bit more...
Just 2 blocks from here.
Slowly. I'm going to be all touchy-feely, and I'm going to get the team in touch with their emotions. I'm going to go Mikel Arteta and draw like a light bulb or a brain or whatever it is he did. Stack, thank you for the follow. Yeah, he's the face in the game. For example, Neil Brock is scoring for Newcastle heavily in this save. Very much a face in the game there. Only penalties don't get. Really? Huh. Well, that sucks. Yeah, Navarro was ours as well. Desolated, thank you very much for the 2 months, my friend. That's very kind of you. And Jockey Boy, thank you for the follow. Right, do I want to make any subs here to freshen things up? Oh, stop sorting like that, FM. I beg of you. Romero did really well against I think it was against Barca, actually, in extra time last time. So that's my first change. I don't want to replace Blaz. And I've brought Bobby on for that spot, really. So the only other spot, really, would be maybe we replace Baumeister with Big Manovic later. I think that's the only other change I want to make, really. But I don't want to do it yet. Because I really want to give Kenny a bit more of an opportunity. Because he's Kenny. Kenny's Kenny. Okay. What's to be no highlights and it's just penalty shootouts. The last time we played Barca, it did go to pens. So Yakubu Yaboa, another of our former players, is on for Barcelona as well. They've heard what you said, chat, and they've now taken Neil Hoskins off. Here we go. Sem, nah, I wouldn't bring Sem on. I don't know what he would really do for us that we're not already getting. Because he'd have to come on for Blaz. And I'd honestly rather bring on Big Manovic for Blaz in that spot. I just don't know if Sem's really got what it takes at this level, at this exact moment. Oh, that's tight. Okay. We're keeping some nice possession here. Oh, Bobby, here we go. Mihail, drop it across to him, please. Bobby Tree! Bobbance Tree. Does it again. What a lovely bit of... Oh, come on. What a lovely pass that was from Mihail. 3-2. Come on. That was lovely football in the midfield, considering the players on the pitch are not the people I'd expect. And Bobby starts to play as well. It's the way that he cuts back on himself there to just slide that across, and Bobby's just hammered that like he hates it. Mihail yet again coming up clutch in the big games, and Bobby proving yet again he can do it. It doesn't matter where on the pitch he's playing. Now, we don't want to drop back too soon, because that gives them chances. We'll wait until the second half of extra time to start dropping back. Oh, shit. We'll just invite pressure otherwise. Right, go on, look for the long pass. Oh, and he's found it, all right. Bloody hell. He's so fast that the ball can't even catch him. Blazdurin's in. And that's why we don't let off the throttle. It's 4-1. Come on. Blaz yet again. I like how he was faster than the ball, and he actually had to wait for the ball to catch up with him. Also, what's this defender doing? I'd be livid if that was my defender. He gives up. And Blaz just sets it to the side, dinks it around the goalkeeper. Big Blaz yet again. It's the most goals we're going to have in a season for a while, actually. Good stuff. And now Barca are going to have to push bodies forward. Blaz in saddles. It's going to be farting all the way home. It's the only scene from that movie I can recollect. Okay, second half. I might make that change now, actually. Oh. Who just rep rolled Barca? I know. Get a good Barca. Jeez. Medica's Kenny's just absolutely dead on his feet. We'll get him off. And if we had someone to replace Thomas, I would, buddy. But we've just got nobody there. The rest of these subs are all... Do you know what? Actually, I'm tempted to get Darla in. Because Monty is absolutely dead. And I wonder if, as unfresh as Darla's legs are, I suspect that they're still slightly fresher than Monty's are. At this point. Now we just kind of have to... I would put it on like time wasting, but with a 2-goal lead, I feel like it's the sort of thing I'll switch to if they get a goal back. And I actually feel like, if anything, we're more likely to score a 5th goal. Mihailin's in there again. Ooh, it's a decision. It is a decision. Oh, hang on, surely not. Oh, quite literally. Of course, Bobby's just missed an absolute sitter there. Thank God we're already 4-1 up, because if he'd have missed that and that was the goal to put us through, I'd probably sold him on the spot. Blas is in again. Oh, what a save, and Big Manovic. Okay, you have to score that. You can't be missing those. The substitutions have changed the game because they've just given us that fresh impetus. We've created so much since those changes. I can't believe he's missed that. He's got way too cocky and just tried to roll that into an empty net. Yeah, literally. He's just playing with... It's like in Harry Potter when his bones get made to disappear. That's how his foot looked. Limp Tapovic. Oh, good. Very solid. Right, just get in the air there. Nice. This is going to be the last kick of the game, surely. That's going to be it. We're in another back-to-back Champions League finals, right? Yeah, just go do it again. We've never managed to win back-to-back Champions Leagues in any of these saves, I don't think, ever. But now's our chance, because I don't know who we're going to play. I think it's most likely going to be Bayern Munich, which, you know, I feel like we're beatable. And there, we've done it. We've done it. It took extra time. Look at the domination. Like, we should have won this game easily, but you know what? We've got the win in the end. Oh, JP who? Yeah, Lubin's won back-to-back, but he's not us, is he? Well, he sort of is. Mihai with 2 assists. Oh, Josh Peach. Oh, what happened with Josh? Unfortunately, he has that horrible affliction of streaming in the evening. JP Morgan. Clearly. Oh, right, now we've got to get the other 2 in there with us. That's the key thing. It's all very well us getting to a European final, but we need the other 2 teams to join us. Domestic League, it's kind of going... Weirdly, it's not going that well, honestly. We're actually quite close. We're actually only 2 points clear at the top of the league, which is, for us, is ridiculously small. But we've been rotating a lot before the big Champions League matches, and so these guys are actually so good now that they can start to keep pace with us a bit more. You Yeah, we do have a game less, true, but, you know, and also, we can play a full-strength side for the rest of the season now, so it's not quite so bad. Right, let's get Harold Bishop Ultras going. This will be fun for all the Raiders that have never witnessed this before. So, chat, you know what to do. Yes, 33 games. And a 1. And I want to see lots of Harolds for this. A 1. No, I'll count you down from 5. What am I doing? I'm counting up to nothing. A 5. A 4. A 3. A 2. A 1. And Harold, go, my friend. Plunder and prosper.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
I am through Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I am through Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
Harold speaks only in the truth, chat, my friends. No, sorry. Let me try that again. Brodeconine, thank you very much for the follow. I'm sure that was still wrong, but it was definitely better than my first attempt, I suspect. Right. Blessings to us all. Right, let's check and see if we can find Carol. I don't think we're going to be able to find Carol. But, you know, as a group, we can dream. Karel Pojeżny, I'm sadly not, unfortunately. I'll refund Chris's points. Actually decent. Look at me. Resident linguist. Best UCL result that wasn't ours. It was Kisvarda knocking out Dortmund one time. Basically. That was the best result we've had. We've had 2 sides actually get through a round of the knockouts of the Champions League. I think it's under Czech Republic, isn't it? 5-1 up against Real Madrid and... Hang on, is that 9? Look at his little face. Oh my god, a load of that was in extra time as well. Oh, oh, dearie me. Oh, poor Josh. I think I would probably have uninstalled at that point. So this is the current Czech national team. You'll notice there's actually quite a few of them playing in our division. Bender, Koda, Bohats, Brandy, Svida, Elshik, Hubacek. They're all of those guys, except for Brandy, are our players. Just rep steamrolled, yeah. That's the I'm getting a new job territory. It's actually surprising how outside of those guys... Oh, and Camille Kraus also used to be one of our players. The only players that are actually any good that aren't players that we've had our fingers on in some ways is probably actually Milan Pulpit, who ironically is called Milan. And would you believe it, he plays for Milan. Bit of a idiosyncratic predisposition there. Right. Thursday, though. Thursday's the big day. Oh. Thursday's where the big stuff happens. It's Milan's Milan. It's true. Okay. Can we get some more European finals for Thursday's stream? I don't want just one European final. I want 3 in one season, like we did last year. Has Zivkovic under control? Thighs, I've seen some of the teams you've picked in my absence, buddy. You don't have anything under control. He's barely got his emotions under control. We're not going to be doing that. Okay. Can Kisvarda turn around a 2-goal deficit? Almost certainly not, but you never know. Can Ferencváros turn around a 1-goal deficit at St James's Park? Almost certainly not, but you never know. If just one of them does it, I'll be absolutely blown away. Okay. I think I just saw something about Neil Brock scoring, so I don't suspect that that's gone well for them. Holy shit. Kisvarda are in the Europa League final. Come on. Bear in mind, they were in the semi-final last year and they only went out because another Hungarian side beat them. They've done it. Merla, our former player who is now their captain. Holy God. So we've got us in the Champions League final, Kisvarda in the Europa League final, where they'll play against Manchester City and Hadrian's best friend, Hossam Abdelnaby. And then, yeah, that was not likely to happen. Face Man City. But what I would say is this, and this is the only bit of like good news I have about the Manchester City result, right? Manchester City are in the final against Kisvarda. Manchester City lost to Midtjylland in the group stages of the Europa League. Kisvarda beat Midtjylland 7-1 in the knockouts. Yeah, I need to get the Haladash emote. I completely forgot to do that. I will sort that out. You never know. We haven't... There's still a chance. They beat Midtjylland, yeah. It was like There, 7-1, including a 5-0 victory at home. And, like, City only beat Hoffenheim 2-0 on aggregate. They're not exactly... They've got a guy called Gangsted. They're not that good. Yes, if you do !skin in chat, you'll find a link to it. Oh, thank you, Ubka. It's very kind of you. Thursday's stream is going to be a fun one, though, because... Damn, that's 5 European finals in 2 seasons for Hungary.
Oh, this isn't where
and yet, somehow, still, no Conference League win. We've had 6 different... we've lost 6 Conference League finals in this save. Not us specifically. So, Amritpal, on the main channel, I have the yearly recaps, which is basically the YouTube series of this. Obviously, it's not condensed down to highlights because I'm a one-man job and I couldn't possibly keep up with that. So there is that where I do year by year. They come out on the day of each. Like, there'll be one out on Thursday, for example. I also have the second channel where all the VODs of the streams go. But there isn't. If you're looking for like a highlighted, condensed version, simply as a one-man operation, there's simply not possible for me to do that. Believe me, I'd love that to be the case, but I simply can't afford to hire a person to do that for me after every single stream, sadly. Oh, yeah, watch me end up accidentally throwing the cup to Mezhkovej. That would be a very me thing to do. We're in a good spot. Hungary's definitely looking better. I genuinely feel like, because remember, next year we're going to have loads of teams. Yeah, we beat PSG 8-1. It was 11-1 on aggregate. We have no idea what happened. It just kind of did it. Joanna Balfour, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, that was just one of those games that just happened. Like we had like 5 XG, but it just came out of nowhere. Bear in mind, the player that scored for PSG was also our former player too. In fact, when was the last time we... Oh no, that was the last time we conceded a goal in the Champions League that wasn't scored by someone that used to play for us. What about the other round? Oh no, we kept a clean sheet against Liverpool. And against those two. Tottenham? Aha, there you go. There was a chance that it could have been one of the Tottenham guys as well, actually. Oh, so that means Thursday's stream is us in the Champions League final against Bayern Munich, who have not played in the Champions League final before, and Kishvada versus Manchester City in the Champions League final, which will of course be... Sorry, the Champions League final? In the Europa League final, which will be the first thing we'll be doing. So 2 finals, transfer window goodies. It's going to be fun. So I'm obviously going to find someone to send this probably slightly larger than normal audience over to. But also, if you haven't already... Oh, coefficient. My apologies. Yes. 1 second. We'll check that first. We plan the raid and then we'll check that too.
So I tell the swamp donkey to sack it.
Thank you for reminding me. That could have gone bad. So, we now up to 19. So, despite the fact that we've got 2 sides in a year, in the finals again, we've actually still only earned 19.1 points this year. How are we going to be like 4th on the year despite having 2 potential final wins? But that's how it goes. We're not going to be able to catch Spain this year. Well, sorry. We're not going to be able to keep up with Spain as we were already technically 2nd place. But we're going to say 3rd. You know? Big Brooksy, thank you very much for the follow. What I was actually going to say is, on Thursday, of course, we'll be doing the final. That'll be a video. And I have put out a video this morning, which, if you haven't checked out, I would say, you know, maybe give it a go. It's been doing quite... What the fuck? 6,500 views. That is utterly mad. But I'll definitely take that. So, if you haven't checked out the Ireland video, where I see if Ireland could win a World Cup if all of the players that had Irish second nationality actually declared for them, then do check that out. But in the meantime, if you're looking for a new stream to watch, we're going to send you lovely people over to Murph. Because, of course, love to see you thrive. I appreciate that, Fraj. I love to see you love to seeing me thrive. And I want to see you thrive too. I want the best for you. Right, we're going to raid Murph. So, what was that copy pasta? That's not worked. Don't mind me just being bad at my job. Let's try again. There we go. Tis did. I only come in here to nod along to streamer and consume content. Right, there's your copy pasta, chat. We've got to pass the copy pasta train on to Murph so he can now be confused for the next 15 fucking minutes. Josh Place, thank you very much for the follow. I hope that it can... I want it to continue for such a long time that when I next get raided by like RDF or Clates, it comes back through them. That's the plan. Super Sheepy, thank you for the follow. If you have enjoyed and you came over from Ben, do drop a follow. My stream times are Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays. Those are not times, Matt. Those are dates. Learn the difference. 11 till 3, 11 till 3, 10 till 2. Those are the dates. Right, let's send you lovely people over to Murph. Do the copy pasta, watch the Ireland video, and most importantly, have a bloody excellent day. I'll see you guys soon. Hold your gun. Capybara. Bye-bye.